discipline, dismissal, release, resignations, information was shared. And item D, liability claims, information was shared. Can we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Discipline, dismissal, release, resignations, information was shared. And item D, liability. Oh, okay. I'm going to have the birthday lady lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Mrs. Flores.
I'm glad you're all standing. Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Marty.
Item C, calendar of up and coming meetings and activities. May 30th, Memorial Day holiday, school and district office closed. June 1st, at 5:15 district retirement reception at the Souza Center. June 7th, last day of school, minimum day. June 8th, regular board meeting. And June 22nd, study session. Item D, Ames Leaders of the Year Award.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Did we forget the inspiration?
oh, my bad.
That's where
I'm sorry. I need Fairlawn School for the inspiration. Thank you, Ms. Cordero. Excuse me.
Bring it.
Good evening, board members and President Laura. My name is Lauren Amendola, and I lead the Fairlawn Student Leadership Club, as you can see right here. We have some lovely sixth graders who are going to share with you about what we are doing at Fairlawn. But before I let them speak, Mrs. Alvarez and Stanley and I decided to start a leadership club just because we had a lot of awesome sixth graders that really wanted to spread their voice and be positive role models on campus. So in order to get into our leadership club, they had to come to an information meeting, they had to fill out a job type application, and they had to get references from their teachers as well. So they're really excited to be here tonight, maybe a little nervous as well. But instead of me talking, I'm going to hand it over to them, and they're really just going to share with you what they did this year and how they had some meaningful interactions with our campus and how they made Fairlawn a better place to be. So Karen, I'll let you come on up.
Pull the microphone down, or, okay. I see you have it.
He has one, yeah.
You can hold that. Do we have double? What?
That's me up there.
Hi, my name is Karen, and thank you so much for letting us present at your meeting tonight. We are excited to share what we have been doing here at Fairlawn. We all decided to join leadership because we wanted to make our school a better place. Now we are going to talk about some of the things we did this year. Throughout the school year, we planned a spirit day for each month. Some of our spirit days included book character day and a color day. We got to write announcements and go to each class to tell them about these spirit days. It was a great way to brighten up our campus here at Fairlawn. Hi, my name is Janelle. One of the things we did as a leadership club was put on a fundraiser for school. We hosted a bedtime story night over Zoom. We invited the whole school to join us this night as teachers read stories to all the kids, and we introduced each reader. We also sold goodie bags for the students to enjoy while they listened to their teachers read to them. It was really fun. Hi, my name is Abigail. I'm going to be telling you about Read Across America. Some of you got to see us in action when we introduced ourselves for Read Across America Day. We were lucky enough to have visitors from the committee come and read to classes here at Fairlawn. We got to show our school and students go to the readers and make sure they made it to the classroom. It was great fun getting to welcome and talk to some board members, even the mayor.
Hi, my name is Angel, and one of my favorite projects that we did was making kindness rocks. As a club, we got to decorate a rock with an inspirational quote. We wanted to spread kindness. We wanted to spread kindness in our schools and at other schools as well. We sent it to some of our teachers, principals at other schools, and some districts and board members like you guys. Thank you.
Have some on there.
I keep mine at my work desk.
I left mine at home. Got it last time.
We start? Okay. Hello, my name is Paloma. I helped make the yearbook. Coach Garza had a great idea of making Fairlawn's first ever yearbook. We were all excited to help. With his guidance, we helped take pictures of our school and put together a yearbook. We think it turned out great. Hi, my name is Israel. One more thing that I'd like to share with you is how we helped our school and teachers. We made a poster and a video to motivate students during state testing, helped kindergarten teachers set up an event, and even helped our PE teachers out. We love making Fairlawn a better place. Hi, my name is Evelyn, and thank you for letting us come here tonight and share how we are creating a culture of learning at Fairlawn for students.
Thank you.
That'd be awesome.
They are.
They
are.
We have some photos of our student leadership because not everyone could be here. So just for you guys to take home and remember. Awesome sixth graders. Thank you.
Thank you guys. One of the reasons that
Thank you.
one of the reasons that we asked for you guys to come was because of the day we had engaging with your leadership representatives when we came for Read Across America. Very impressed by them that day. Their engagement with us was very earnest, and it was enjoyable. We had good fun getting escorted to our respective classrooms. But you know, they were really polished, right? I mean, it was something that was impressive and made an impression on us enough that we thought, wow, we need to see those guys again. So thank you guys for coming. It's great to see you guys again, and hopefully you'll take on your leadership responsibilities when you get to junior high and afterwards, right?
Yes.
Just to start.
Yes. Thank you very much. Very, very impressive.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We hope you all will continue to grow your leadership skills.
We have some that have applied for leadership in middle school.
Oh, very nice.
Awesome.
Very
Awesome.
nice. I think
Point to the name in the back of the room.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Shoot.
And thank you to the parents who brought their students. We appreciate that.
Mil gracias a ustedes de padres por traer a los niños, muy agradecidos. Gracias a ustedes.
Item D, Ames Leader of the Year Award presentation, Mr. Palmerston.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate letting Fairlawn lead the show this evening and really share about their leadership. So on behalf of our administrative, whoa, we got another celebration.
Uh-oh. It's time out there.
You want him to join me?
Yeah.
Come join me. Come join
Come
me.
on in.
Come join me.
Come on in. See, I wonder. Who are we here to see tonight? Huh?
Yeah, it's our mom's 70th birthday today, and she was determined to be at her board meeting, which we,
Gianna,
but we just
Gianna.
pass you by without celebrating.
you want to bring those behind?
Alright.
Gonna get them.
1, 2,
They're gonna get behind them. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear me. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, I forgot I have my mask on. I swear I'm smiling.
There's another sister. Another sister.
Oh, here we go. Oh.
You gotta look what it looks like on the monitor. That's
Oh my God. Oh my gosh, my gosh, my gosh. They surprise, hey, the other daughter's at a Tuscadero at a baseball game with the rest of the grandson. On Zoom. Oh my gosh. It's really, oh.
Dan.
Just in case you forgot. Oh my God.
Pass that around. You like. Pass it.
I love you guys. Thank you very much. Bye. Oh my gosh. Thank you, children, grandchildren. 2 of them are teachers in your district too, so. Bless you.
Okay.
Gosh.
All right.
All right, absolutely. Great times to celebrate this evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees and the entire SMBSD family. Tonight, I am here representing our Ames group, our administrators in management, all of the administrators across the district, with our annual Ames Leaders of the Year Award. But before we talk about our administrative team, on behalf of Ames, I would like to acknowledge our Day of the Teacher and acknowledge our teachers throughout the district who are here with us this evening and throughout the district. So, additionally, on behalf of Ames, we won't be here next week in honoring our classified staff. And so I'd also like to acknowledge our classified staff on behalf of Ames. It would also not be the same without our partners in education and many of our partners, in particular, some that I work closely with FSA, CADA, Fighting Back Santa Maria, our bus drivers in transportation, and all that help us support students and families throughout the district. And so on behalf of Ames, I appreciate being able to recognize those that partner with us to make the lives of our students and families better each day. So tonight, our annual awards. So we've annually nominated 2 leaders in each of 3 categories, and then recognized 1 as in each of the categories of District Leader of the Year, Site Leader of the Year, and Co-Administrator of the Year. And as you'll see this evening, it was difficult for us to narrow down to 2 nominees, and in some areas to recognize a single leader. Instead of narrowing it down any further, we wanted to recognize the strong leadership throughout the district, and you'll see throughout those awards. So first, I'd like to invite the following nominees for our District Leader of the Year to come forward and be recognized. Lori Grock, Director of Expanded Learning, and Nicole Wiseman, Director of School Support. Lori had the pleasure of making sure that I became the principal, or the president of Ames 3 years ago. And so with great pleasure, please help me recognize Lori Grock as our district leader of the year.
Well, thank you, Mark, and thank you to everyone in Ames. This is really quite an honor, and it's always super nice to be recognized for the work that I do. I have an incredible team wrapping around me and working with me, and so I couldn't accept this award without recognizing classified who support me, certificated management. It really is a team effort. We wake up every day and think about how we can support students and families and how we can make teachers and administrators' lives just a little bit easier. And I hope that we achieve that goal every day. So thank you for this recognition. And thanks to my husband and family for their support as well. Hey, Joe.
Next up, if we could recognize the nominees for our site leader of the year, Genevieve Beard, principal at Arianis Junior High, Jillian Jordy, principal at Bruce Elementary, and Betty Ramiro, principal at El Camino Junior High. So first, if you could help me congratulate Jillian Jordy. But wait, there's more. I hope I didn't give it away. I wore my Titan blue tonight because Ames also wanted to recognize Betty Ramiro as co-leaders of the year.
I think it's fair to say that we can only be leaders with our partners as leaders, and that we don't get through a single day without one another and without the support of our system. And yeah.
I just want to thank everyone at Ames, your leadership, your partnership, your collaboration and support. I don't have enough words.
To our site leaders of the year, Betty Ramiro and Jillian Jordan. Thank you. And then finally, you'll see again the top two nominees for our co-administrators. As Jillian said so well, without our partners and our co-administrators, this work would be much more difficult. And so our co-administrators of the year, Shelley Hart, Program Specialist, Teacher Development, Jeremy Hawk, Assistant Principal, Rice Elementary, Katie Ostapek, Program Specialist, Special Education, and Amber Walsh, Program Specialist, Special Education. We come up. Our final award this evening, Co-Administrator of the Year, Jeremy Hawk.
Hi, everybody. I'm good at speaking in front of children, but it's harder in front of adults. So forgive me if I'm a little nervous. Oh, I'm good at dancing, but I'm not doing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to all my colleagues who selected me. It's a true honor. I've been doing this a long time. I appreciate everybody here. I've known a lot of people here for a very long time as well. So it is nice to be recognized. So thank you. Thank you to my friends, and thank you everybody that helps me out every day.
And finally, board, thank you for your leadership each and every day. And thanks for having us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to
Congratulations to
everyone.
all.
Thank you.
Beecher? Are you there, Mr. Beecher?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And we're moving on to CSEA and SMEA?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I apologize to the crowd if there's some audio distortion at the end of my conversation. We're dealing with some equipment that doesn't cooperate well, and our new equipment is on order, but the lead times right now are pretty long. So those of you watching online and in the crowd tonight, I apologize. Thank you very much, Dr. Palmerston, for recognizing our leaders. And as each of you heard tonight, there's always an important teamwork between our leaders in management, but also the staff that works with our students every day. And so that's what we're looking at tonight, what we want to talk about. To recognize our partners first with CSEA. I can't see who's in the crowd. I confirm Melissa Gutierrez would be there, president of CSEA. One of the things that is always a pleasure for the school district and the school board to do is to just acknowledge the hard work of our classified staff and the way they partner with our teachers and our leaders to make sure our students have a great experience every day. And just as an acknowledgement, we have a check for your scholarship fund, and Board President Lara will present you with that check tonight.
I'm gonna find it. Almost killed him back here.
Down.
Mr. Beecher?
Thank you very much. Again, tonight, we also want to acknowledge and recognize the important contributions that our certificated staff make every day. The most powerful relationships that our students may have on campus are obviously honed in on their teachers in their classrooms, but also other certificated partners that really help our students learn each day, address their specific needs. And just as part of that acknowledgement, we want to also provide a contribution to your scholarship fund and say thank you for all of your hard work this year, and especially on today, the Day of the Teacher.
Segura?
Sorry, I moved.
Thank you, Mr. Beecher. We're going to move on to item 4, public comments. Being with the connection that we have with Mr. Beecher, I'm going to go ahead and read the public comments that were submitted. There's 3. First one's from Central Coast Coalition for Inclusive Schools. Dear members of the Santa Maria Bonita Board and Dr. McDuffie. Hello, we are members of the Central Coast Coalition for Inclusive Schools. Consist of parents, community members, and educators from San Luis County and northern Santa Barbara County. This is to request that the Santa Maria Bonita School District and Board of Education designate adequate amount of Lcap and ESSER 3 or other annual funding beginning in the 2022-23 provides sexual health and HIV prevention instructions in compliance with all requirements of the California Healthy Youth Act and Education Code Section 51930-51939. Such instructions align with the Lcap priorities 4 through 8. CHIA was adopted by the California Department of Education in January of 2016. CHIA requires schools districts to ensure that all pupils in grades 7 to 12 inclusive receive integrated, comprehensive, medically accurate, and unbiased sexual health and HIV prevention instruction. All pupils included young people of all races, genders, sexual orientations, and ethnic and cultural backgrounds, pupils with disabilities, and English learners. CHIA also requires school districts to either provide educators with clear tools and guidance to accomplish that end or fund outside consultants and guest speakers to provide this education. CCC4IS is happy to provide a list of qualified local consultants and guest speakers upon request. Additionally, California Central Coast Coalition for Inclusive Schools recommends that the Santa Maria Bonita School District provide all K through 12 students, including at least once in elementary grade age, appropriate knowledge and skills students need to develop healthy attitudes concerning adolescent growth and development, body image, gender, sexual orientation, relationships, marriage, and family in accordance with CHIA. The data indicates that Santa Barbara County schools are less safe for lesbian, gay, and bisexuals, youth, and for trans youth, that for non-LGB and non-trans youth. Young people in the Santa Barbara County schools reported having experienced physical violence at schools 1.4 times more LGBT youth than non-LGBT youth. 2.2 times more trans youth than non-trans youth. Youth in Santa Barbara County schools reported seriously considered attempting suicide in the past 12 months. 3.5 times more LGBT youth than non-LGBT youth, and 3.6 times more trans youth than non-trans youth. The above data, as well as the full 2019 CHKS data set, call for inclusive sexual education. Providing inclusive sexual health education aligned with the Lcap priorities 4 through 8 improves school climate. CHIA compliant education supports the achievement, engagement, educational accessibility, and outcome of all students. Student groups who benefit include students who demonstrate college preparedness, English learners, students with inconsistent attendance, students at risk of dropping out, suspension or expulsion, low-income students, foster youth students, and students with disabilities. Fully funded sexual health and HIV prevention education in grades K through 12 would contribute to increased physical wellness as well as social and emotional wellness among all students. It promotes healthy behavior that validates and welcomes all young people, helping them thrive in their daily lives. Thank you for your time and willingness to prioritize student health. Central Coast Coalition for Exclusive Scholarship Members. Christian Kent, Chair. Excuse me, but under this mask it gets. This is from Maritza Ogwin. Imagine taking the same test for 12 years that tells you you are not English speaker, though you were born here and just happen to be a bilingual child. I have 2 young children in the DLI program at Jimenez Elementary. Both are bilingual children who have passed the LPAC with a 4 and met other criteria. The district's current criteria are too strict and prevent students who are fluent in English to be reclassified. The LEA can establish their own locally approved reclassification process per California Ed Code. Why is this district making it so challenging to reclassify students, especially long-term English learners that have been in the U.S. since kindergarten? High schools are bursting at the seam with long-term English learners who are kept from taking elective courses in high school and instead must take a second English class, all because they were not reclassified in elementary and middle school. I request that you reevaluate and revise your current reclassification criteria so that more students are RFEP, reclassified as fluent English proficient. Your current reclassification criteria is detrimental and punitive towards bilingual students. I know I speak for a lot of parents, and as a parent, I would be more involved in revising the current reclassifications. Gracias, Maritza Oldwin. Hi, my name is Lucia Santos Ramirez. I am currently a senior at Santa Maria High School. I'm trying to advocate for ethnic studies in Santa Maria Bonita School District. As someone who was privileged to be part of an ethnic studies class, I'd like to give children the same privilege. Seeing as a sudden change of expression and emotions came over my 9-year-old sister, I came to the realization that she too has been failed by the education system. While she may still be young, I'd like her to have the privilege of having a better understanding of ethnic studies. Although my passing of knowledge has educated her, I can do so little for the rest of the younger generations. With the help of ethnic studies in the elementary and middle schools, we can begin to break down the ideas which were meant to be implanted within our minds. If creating change among the way minorities are viewed is your goal, then allow ethnic studies to pass. Without this change in the education system, we minorities will continue to be set up for failure as we do not know ourselves exactly. For generations, minorities have been fighting for equality, but this history is often shut between books. The education system the education system is not the only system failing us, but it is a start. This edition of course will begin to change the way children view themselves and others. It will allow them to understand the way our system works. They'll become driven to pursue higher education after they know the truth about the path we were destined to follow. Ethnic studies will not only better educate our youth, but it will bring out the leaders within them. Change will be created and equality will begin to emerge. Thank you. Item 5, approval of agenda is presented.
Mr. Lara, is this the time to pull consent agenda items if I request to do so, or is that the next item?
It's the next one. We're on the approval of the agenda is presented, Mr. Valencia.
I make a motion to approve the.
Hold on, Ms. Flores, if I could.
I think we had a amendment to the agenda. We were going to pull item 7J, I believe.
Oh, we're going to the approval. Okay. Yes, you're right, Mr. Valencia. I'm sorry about that. Yes.
Okay.
Do I have a
Also, if I could, Mr. Lara, you can hear me?
Yeah.
I'd like to also request that the board pull the item related to the award of the HVAC project. That's item P.
Item P and item J. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the agenda as amended.
I second.
Roll call. Mr. Holland said approved. Ms. Flores seconds. Excuse me. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Hollingshead,
Aye.
Mrs. Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Lara.
Aye. Item 6, consent agenda.
Mr. Lara, I request removal of items A and E from the consent agenda.
A and B. Consent agenda was last board meetings.
A and B.
A and B?
Yeah, the minutes of the Board of Education meeting, and then E, certificated and classified personnel changes. I just noticed that there were some items that were missing from the minutes that I wanted to make sure included in our minutes. And then I had some questions regarding certificated and classified personnel changes. So that's why I'm requesting to remove those from the consent agenda. So, can ask some questions.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I don't believe it requires a motion.
Okay, we'll move item A and item E. Do I have somebody approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
A second?
Mr. Hollingshead moves, Ms. Cordero seconds. Roll call?
Sorry, Mrs. Cordero?
Aye.
Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollingshead?
Aye.
Mrs. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Lara?
Aye.
Can I just have a point of order, Mr. Lara, as to where those are going to go then?
Normally, when you pull them from consent, they move down into the other action items because the consent agenda is a list of action items.
Correct. But I mean, so do they just go to the end or?
I would expect unless the board wanted to.
Some.
Do we want to
In the
start?
past, anything that's been removed, we've just added to the end of the regular action items.
Okay, we'll add it after item Q.
Perfect.
Okay, action item A. Resolution 2124 National School Nurse Day. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lara. National School Nurse Day was established in 1972 to foster a better understanding of the role of school nurses in the educational setting. School nurses have played a vital role in improving the health and well-being of our nation's students. National School Nurse Day is a celebration of how much school nurses do to keep our children healthy. Santa Maria Bonita School District nurses promote health and safety, intervene with health problems, and build healthy futures for children through their role as a teacher, as a coach, and an advocate. Over the past 2 years, the global pandemic has made the role of the school nurse more important than ever. Health, hygiene, and safety messages from our school nurses make a positive difference to both our students and staff. Santa Maria Bonita School District nurses are vital in maintaining the health and hygiene of everyone on campus and within the district. The work of our school nurses is essential in keeping both staff and students healthy. They provide the support, guidance, and expertise necessary for our well-being. Our schools and community are encouraged to recognize school nurses in celebration of this important day. And then to add, I see Dr. Zimmerman is also at the microphone for you.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Beecher, and thank you, board and cabinet members. I wanted to say we do have some of our nursing staff out in the audience, and one of our LVNs. I see Mandy's here. I think Jamie Caldwell, you here? I promised you would not be alone. So if you guys would just stand up for us and we could acknowledge you for all of your hard work. Thank you so much. As Mr. Beecher said, it's been a rough year with all of the health concerns with COVID, and these ladies have been on roller skates all year. They've been going. Our nursing staff is down, but they have made it work. We're small, but we're mighty. They've been traveling between sites, making sure the kids get the proper health care that they need and the proper procedures, and they've done an amazing job. So I just want to say thank you very much again for all of your hard work.
Do I have a motion?
I'll move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 21-24, National School Nurse Day, as presented.
I second.
Ms. Cordero moves, Ms. Flores seconds. Roll call?
Mrs. Cordero?
Aye.
Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollingshead?
Aye.
Mrs. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Lara?
Aye. Thank you, ladies, for all you do. I know it's been tough, but we appreciate it from the bottom of our heart. Item 7B, Resolution 2125, Classified School Employees Appreciation Week. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you again, Mr. Lara. Schools and districts throughout California will honor the talents and dedication of our classified school employees during the week of May 15th to the 21st, when Classified and School Employees Appreciation Week is held. This year's celebrating theme is "We are classified, we bring it every day." This time is dedicated to applauding SMBSD classified staff members who work hard and care about students, regardless of the praise or recognition they receive. They're the people who work every day to improve the lives of Santa Maria Bonita School District students. Since 1986, California has taken the third week in May to honor the invaluable contributions of classified school employees. CSEA members are the classified employees that make our school district, our schools and our district run smoothly. They dedicate themselves to their jobs and they work to make the dream of education and all the hope that comes with it a reality for our students. The district understands the valuable impact that classified employees have on our students, families, and the district as a whole. Classified employees are a valuable asset and should be praised for the excellent work they engage in on a daily basis. Classified School Employee Appreciation Week began as a resolution at CSEA's annual conference in 1984. 2 years later, it was adopted as California Senate Bill 1552 and decreed to be an official recognition of classified school employees. CSEA members traditionally celebrate this week with picnics, barbecues, and other social events. Santa Maria's CSEA Chapter 129 will hold its 2022 Strawberry Social Recognition event on Sunday, May 15th, 2022. And so we are asking the board to commemorate this acknowledgement with this item tonight. And as we saw earlier during recognition, we did provide an acknowledgement of the board's appreciation with the contribution to their scholarship fund. So we absolutely appreciate the invaluable contributions our CSEA employees, our classified employees make every day for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, thank you to all of you through this troubling times, the hard times we've had these last 2 years, but not without all of you and everybody working together, would never have gotten through this. So we appreciate you guys from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2125, Classified School Employees Appreciation Week as presented.
I second.
Ms. Flores moves, Mr. Valencia seconds. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cordero? Aye. Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead?
Aye.
Mrs. Flores? Aye. Mr. Laura?
Aye. Motion carries. Item C, Resolution 2126, Day of the Teacher. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you again, Mr. Lara. Schools and districts across California will celebrate California's Day of the Teacher on Wednesday, May 11th, tonight. Each May, we recognize the vital contributions of California teachers, school nurses, and education support professionals. The 2022 theme is California Educators at the Heart of Communities, Powering Our Future. Teachers in the Santa Maria Bonita School District make a positive difference every day in the lives of the children we serve. In recognition of California's 2022 Day of the Teacher, SMBSD honors the teachers who are educating children every day through a variety of instructional methods. The California Teachers Association and the Association of Mexican American Educators sponsored the bill, first proclaiming the Day of the Teacher. It was written by Senator Joseph Montoya and signed into law in 1982. The California celebration is patterned after El Día del Maestro celebrations in Mexico and other Latin American countries. On May 11th, California's Day of the Teacher, let us take time to show our appreciation and gratitude for the professionalism, dedication, and exceptional commitment provided to the students by our SMBSD teachers. And again, Mr. Segura has received the board's acknowledgement of the importance of their contributions with a contribution to their scholarship fund. We absolutely appreciate the efforts and sacrifice their teachers have made to make sure our students have the highest quality learning every day.
Yes, Mr. Segura, Day of the Teacher is not just May 11th. It's all 180 days that you guys are here because you guys are parents as well with everybody else that's here that works in this district to our children. And we really, really appreciate it. Thank you for all you do. Yes.
Can I ask you a favor?
Yeah.
So when I first started on the board, it was a long time ago. My son was still in junior high. Now he's graduated from Berkeley. Yeah. Back then, I used to try to remember every teacher they had, and I cheated. I only did this district, like not after elementary school. But I think I got most of them. Can I thank them?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Well, it's harder in junior high because they get to be more and more, right?
More and more.
And most of them are at Miller, so Miller Mustangs, shout out. So we got Ms. Brum, Mrs. Stoner, Mr. Smee, Mr. Tennant, Ms. Tressler, Miss Pendergast, where is she? Yeah, not Pendergast anymore. Mrs. Metz, Mrs. Moore, the glamorous Mrs. Moore. Mrs. Outland, Mrs. Jackson, Mr. Segura, Mrs. Denton, Mrs. Kringle, Mrs. Harris, Mrs. Lobsinger, Sarah Cameron, Mike Schaefer, Doug Nochi, Kelly Porter, Karen Mackley, Linda Muranaka, and a couple that sorry, I can't remember, and several that we've lost.
Yes.
In the interim. And so I not only wanted to thank them for being there for our kids like they are for all the kids, but also for challenging them when they needed to be challenged, listening and being there for them when they needed that, and really being skilled as humans and reaching out and caring for our kids. So a lot of love to all of you guys. And like Mr. Lara said, a day is certainly not enough, but we thank you for everything.
Mr. Lara, I'd also like to take a point of personal privilege, if I may. I read the resolution for Day of the Teacher and felt like it was some, very powerful language that I would like to take a moment to read aloud, if that's all right.
Yeah.
And this personal privilege also comes by the fact that I'm a high school teacher, right, at Santa Maria High School. Go Saints. And also attended El Camino Junior High. Special shout out to Ms. Pryor, who was really instrumental in my development. So the resolution reads, Resolution 2126, Day of the Teacher, May 11, 2022. Whereas Wednesday, May 11, 2022 has been proclaimed Day of the Teacher in California and is a very special day for all of us who care about our children. And whereas quality educational programs are made possible thanks to the dedicated, talented, innovative, and hardworking educators who have chosen public service as their calling. And whereas the Santa Maria Bonita School District acknowledges the challenges faced by educators, staff, students, and families before, during, and after the unprecedented global pandemic. And whereas the district acknowledges the extensive skill and effort required to provide individualized educational opportunities for students. And whereas the district is fortunate to have a team of skilled educators, staff, and administrators who work tirelessly to support students in hundreds of different ways. And whereas such a team deserves gratitude, respect, and recognition from the board, students, parents, the community, and the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Santa Maria Bonita School District declares Wednesday, May 11, 2022 as Day of the Teacher, Dia del Maestro, and encourages all citizens to use this opportunity to show our appreciation, express our thanks, and let teachers know we care about their efforts. Thank you.
Mr. Valencia, you move?
Yes, so I move to I recommend that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2126, Day of the Teacher, as presented.
And I'll second.
Mr. Valencia moves, Ms. Cordero second, roll call?
Mrs. Cordero? Aye. Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead?
Bill Leonard, that was it. That was another one. That's an aye. Oh, that's an aye.
Mrs. Flores? Aye. Mr. Lara?
Aye.
Ay, chistoso.
Don't want to call it 1 in the morning with the last
I
one.
know. Oh,
you're gonna get that text. Stizzy.
Resolution 2127, National Speech Pathologist Day. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lara. May 18th is National Speech Pathologist Day. The Santa Maria Bonita School District speech language pathologists work with students, teachers, administrators, and families to promote the development of effective communication skills that will support our students in becoming successful citizens. District speech pathologists work with and identify students at risk for developing a variety of communication disorders that include articulation, phonological sound disorders, receptive and expressive language disorders, stuttering disorders, social pragmatic language disorders, and disabilities that adversely affect speech and language development. Speech pathologists serve a range of disorders across all grade levels while providing culturally competent services, ensuring educational relevance and highlighting language and literacy. Speech pathologists collaborate with teachers and families to help students generalize skill development within the classrooms and home environments. Therefore, our schools and community are encouraged to join the district speech language pathologists in raising awareness about communication disorders and those who provide the treatment to ensure effective communication is accessible and achievable for all. And I see that we do have Eric Thompson and to share with us more about our team of speech pathologists.
Good evening.
Good evening, President Lara, members of the board, cabinet, interim superintendent, Mr. Beecher, members of the community. For the better part of the last 40 years, SLPs have played a vital role in the field of special education. Over that time, there have been many challenges our SLPs have overcome for their profession, their students, and their students' families. Over the past couple of years, the pandemic has stretched the capacities of our medical and educational fields. And for our SLPs who work in both of these fields, it has been quite a challenge. There is a critical shortage of SLPs in schools across the country, and this was certainly felt in Santa Maria Bonita as we struggled to find SLPs to fill our positions to support our students with speech and language needs. In addition to our wonderful Santa Maria Bonita SLPs, we were able to partner with a number of non-public school agencies to provide in-person and teletherapy services for our students. Our SLPs certainly stepped up to the challenge to support each other, be creative, and do what needed to be done in order to support their students and their colleagues. I, for one, am very thankful for what they have done and are doing for their students in Santa Maria Bonita School District. And I'm very thankful for our program specialist, Heather Allen, an SLP herself, who stepped into the role as SLP many a time this year, in addition to her role as program specialist, when we were just too short to cover all of the our SLP needs in the district. Heather is here tonight and with a few of our wonderful SLPs, and I will let her introduce them to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. We have some speech pathologists here tonight. Joel Hartwell from Bruce. And Melissa O'Neill from Rice. Donna Greer from Liberty. And Shelley Rickey from Jimenez. Thank you.
And thank you to all for helping our children that are in need and being so shorthanded and stretching yourselves. It's really, really appreciated. Thank you.
I'll move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 21-27, National Speech Pathologist Day.
Second.
Ms. Cordero moves, Mr. Hollingshead second. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cordero? Aye. Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollingshead?
Aye.
Mrs. Flores? Aye. Mr. Lara?
Aye. Item E, Resolution 2128, Order of Election. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lara. It is that time of season. Every other year or so, we go through these items to make sure that procedurally we're set up for our elections to occur in the fall. The statewide general election will be held on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. On this date, the Santa Maria Bonita School District governing board members will be elected to fill terms that will expire on December 14th, 2022. Terms expiring are those of Ricky Lara, trustee area number 2, and Vida Alvarez Flores, trustee area number 1. Resolution 2128 indicates the date and purpose of this election. And this resolution is provided by the Santa Barbara County Education Office as we work to make sure that all of our communications is in alignment and will comply with the requirements of the Elections Office.
I'll move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 21-28, Order of Election.
I second.
Ms. Cordero moves, Ms. Flores second. Roll call?
Mrs. Cordero?
Aye.
Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead?
Allison Bucker? Aye. Sorry. I'm gonna get him in there. Oh, yeah.
Mrs. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Lara?
Aye.
No, only got Phil Leonard that way.
Item F, notice
should, though.
of elective offices to be filled. Mr. Beecher.
Similar to our last item, it states again, the statewide election will be held on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. On this date, the Santa Maria Bonita School District Governing Board will be elected to fill terms that expire on December 14th. Those terms expiring are Ricky Lara, trustee area number 2, and Vida Maria Alvarez Flores, trustee area number 1. And so the first one was to call for the election, and the second was to provide notice by resolution for what offices will need to be filled.
So I will move that the Board of Education approve notice of elective offices to be filled.
I second.
Ms. Cordero moves, Ms. Flores second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's not a resolution.
Huh?
No.
No.
Oh, aye.
All in favor?
Okay.
Aye.
I'm so like on a resolution train. Resolution.
He was thinking of another name.
Yes.
I know. Oh, Miss Belmont's right there.
Item G, resolution 2129, candidate statements. Mr. Beecher.
Yes, as this one calls clearly, it is required that we do provide some guidance on the statements that will be provided during our election. So this statewide general election will be held on November 8th, 2022. On this date, the Santa Maria Bonita School District Governing Board members will be elected to fill terms expiring December 14th, 2022. And it requires that the present board adopt certain policies regarding candidate statements, and they're described there as they have each time we've called for this election on the resolution. So we haven't made any changes to the nature of the statements that we're providing for those candidates to make.
So basically what this does is it defines how many words a candidate can submit to the Election Bureau to be printed in the pamphlet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
And it's 200 words in case anybody out there is thinking about it. So I will move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 21-29, candidates' statements.
Second.
Ms. Cordero moves, Mr. Hollinshead second. Roll call?
Mrs. Cordero?
Aye.
Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead?
Miss Belmonte?
Mrs. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Lara?
Aye.
You're becoming disruptive.
It's in a good way.
It is.
That's all I got.
Item H, public hearing, open at 7 o'clock. Public hearing closed. Item I, resolution of education protection account, PA 2022-23. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lara. This is part of our annual work in the business office as we prepare for the budget. There are requirements that we have to meet as far as public hearings, resolutions, and I believe by now Mr. King is probably at the podium ready to share with you a discussion about the education protection account.
Great, thank you, Mr. Beecher. Good evening, board. As Matt mentioned, this is an annual housekeeping item, the education protection account. So Prop 30 was approved back in November of 2012, and it temporarily increased the sales tax rate for all taxpayers and also the personal income tax for upper income taxpayers. A provision of that Prop 30 created in the State General Fund an Education Protection Account, EPA, to receive and disperse the revenues derived from the state, from this incremental tax. So since 2012, the sales tax increase has ended, but as a result of Prop 55 from 2016, personal income tax increase on income over $250,000 is extended through 2030. So the district receives funds from the EPA based on their proportionate share of the statewide revenue, and a corresponding reduction is made to the district's LCFF revenue equal to the amount of their EPA entitlement. So these are not new dollars. It just helps avoid cuts to our funding. The EPA funds simply reduce the amount of other state funding the school receives. As required, the EPA's estimated deposits and expenditures for 2022-23 is $41,341,534. All the expenditures are for instructional services and must not be spent on an administrative cost. So this is what we have in budget. In order to be able to collect the funds from the EPA, the district must have a public hearing and a resolution.
Questions?
I have a quick question. You had mentioned that these sources of funds can be used for administrative costs. Is that correct?
They cannot.
Okay, so that cannot be used for salaries, benefits. And do you know why they specifically mentioned that?
Because they specifically wanted it for instructional costs. So library, media, technology, counseling, psychologist services, attendance and social services, health services, speech pathology, audiology services, custodians, plant services, pupil testing services. And we spend these funds for teachers, counselors, and custodians.
Thank you.
I'll move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 21-30, the Education Protection Account 2022 to 2023.
I second.
Second, roll call.
Mrs. Cordero? Aye. Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead?
Aye.
Mrs. Flores?
I was waiting for a name.
I was too. Aye. Mr. Lara?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. King. Item K, award of bid number 5213, flooring abatement services at Tunnel Elementary School. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lara. This is a project that's been on our list, and I believe Ms. McKnight is here to talk about the process for bidding. And while I can't see into the crowd to see that Javier Cavazos is there, but I imagine he's there to also provide any information you have that is project specific. Yep, there he is. I see. Welcome.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
Mr. Beecher and district staff. This item 5213 is a project that calls for flooring abatement services at Tunnel Elementary School. The plans and specifications for the project were prepared by McKenna Environmental. A notice calling for bids was posted on Planet Bids and advertised in the Santa Maria Times. Mandatory pre-bid conference was held on March 17th. 6 prospective bidders attended the pre-bid conference. 4 electronic bids were received and opened on April 11th. And Resource Environmental Incorporated was deemed the lowest responsible bidder and meets the requirements as outlined in the bid document. Therefore, staff is recommending that bid number 5213 be awarded to Resource Environmental Incorporated in the amount of $75,000 upon presentation of bonds and execution of the required contract documents.
What floors are being removed and where? And what?
So at Tunnel Elementary, we're going to be redoing all portables and all brick and mortar buildings. The only floors that will not be done are going to be the NPR.
Okay. And my biggest deal was, is this guy coming to do it for free or what? I mean,
I know the two numbers
when I was looking over this.
Yes, the two low numbers are somewhat similar or close. It is a straightforward project. We are clearing all the classrooms, so they're going to be able to move in there, work with ease.
Okay.
So it should be okay. Maybe the other two high numbers were just, not really needing the work and
Yeah.
Not very aggressive.
Okay. So classrooms will be cleared and everything, and they're just gonna go out there, strip and remove and.
Exactly.
Be done.
And again, that work is only taking place in the brick and mortar classrooms, not the portables.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I'll move that the Board of Education approve the award of a contract for bid number 5213 flooring abatement services at Tunnel Elementary School to Resource Environmental, Inc. in the amount of $75,000 upon presentation of bonds.
I second.
Ms. Cordero moves, Mr. Valencia seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries to approve the award of the contract bid for 5213. Item L, award of bid number 5214, installation of district provided flooring at Tunnel Elementary School. Good evening once again.
Good evening. This project calls for the installation of district-provided flooring at Tunnel Elementary School. Plans and specifications for this project were prepared by district staff. A notice calling for bids was posted on Planet Bids and advertised in Santa Maria Times. The pre-bid conference was held on March 17th and was attended by 2 prospective bidders. 2 electronic bids were received and opened on April 11th. Flooring Connection Incorporated has been deemed the lowest responsible bidder, meets all of the requirements outlined in the bid documents. Therefore, staff is recommending that bid 5214 be awarded to Floor Connection Incorporated in the amount of $92,597 upon presentation of bonds and execution of required contract.
That's going in afterwards and.
Correct. Well, actually, since the portables aren't going to be abated, they can actually move into the portables once school ends.
Oh, okay, do those first while the other stuff's being abated.
Exactly.
And then flow through and put
Yes.
everything back in the portables and then work. Gotcha, okay. Have a
And
motion?
the flooring is purchased separately?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so they are just doing the installation.
Yes.
I want to make sure I understood that correctly. That's quite a large discrepancy in the bids.
It is. We have met with the contractor and he has assured us that he has the full scope of work. We have, in the meeting, we discussed how we were going to stage the work and he's aware of everything that we're expecting for the plans and the specifications.
And when's the abatement or when are they gonna start on these portables, basically? Because that's not being abated. When's that gonna start?
So the contractor is expected to move in, the Monday following the end of school, I believe is the 13th.
Okay.
I believe it's the 13th.
Good. Walking distance from me, I can
It
go
is
see.
the 13th.
Yes.
I can go by and see it's walking distance from where I live. So. All right, perfect. Do I have a motion or any?
I'll motion that the Board of Education approve the award of a contract for bid number 5214, installation of district provided flooring at Tunnel Elementary School to Floor Connection Inc. in the amount of $92,597 upon presentation of bonds as presented.
I second.
Mr. Valencia moves and Ms. Flores seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries to approve the award of the contract for bid 5214. Item N, award of bid 5217, installation of district provided portable restrooms and existing restrooms remodeled at Fairlawn Elementary School.
Project calls for the installation of district-provided portable restroom and an existing restroom remodel at Fairlawn Elementary School. Plans and specifications for this project were prepared by 196 Architects. A notice calling for bids was posted on Planet Bids and advertised in Santa Maria Times. We did hold 2 mandatory pre-bid conferences for this project. A total of 9 prospective bidders attended the pre-bid conferences. 1 electronic bid was received and opened. That bid was from QuinCon in the amount of $410,006. QuinCon's bid has been deemed as the lowest responsible bidder and meets all the requirements outlined in the bid documents. This particular bid did contain an ad alternate, And the district is not recommending that we award the ad alternate, and we are looking to only award the base bid amount. So therefore, staff is recommending that bid 5217 be awarded to QuinCon in the amount of $410,006 upon presentation of bonds and execute required contract documents.
What would the ad alternate entail? Why is it there if we're not going to go with it?
So we were looking at, if you're familiar with Fairlawn, in the back area where all the portables are at, there's some concrete that has some weird slopes to it, and we were looking to clean that up. And so the ad alternate had us removing the entire strip of concrete between the portables and then pouring it back in place for a more level surface. And the numbers did come in pretty high. It was around $200,000 for that work. And at this point, we don't think it's wise to move forward with that work.
So they'll work around that and do the job.
We have, as part of the base bid, there is some work that's going to clean up some drainage areas, bring the slopes back into ADA compliance. But it's not going to address the entire area, but it will get us to the point where we are complying with ADA.
And they're not severe safety issues then that?
We'll have a clear path to the restrooms.
Okay.
And which restroom will be remodeled?
So there's a restroom that's next to the cafeteria.
Oh, right across from it?
Right across from the cafeteria, there's a boys and girls restroom that's going to be remodeled. And that's a really old restroom.
Oh, yeah.
I believe the site in the past did remodel their boys and girls restrooms closest to the admin building. And these were the last remaining old restrooms that need to be redone.
That's where the kukui lives.
We remember that.
Yeah, we do. We taught there during that time.
My question is, it looks like there was some, 6 prospective bidders, but then ultimately we only just had one bid, if I'm not mistaken. So how do we know that that's a responsible and fair bid?
So the architect's estimate, our architect's estimate was around $500,000, which the bid came in under. We think that it's within reason.
And when you say architects, you mean the folks that we work with on a regular basis?
Correct, yes. They normally have, from previous projects, they collect data and they come to an estimate on what the rough cost should be.
Mm-hmm.
I think another thing to consider is that if you have 6 prospective bidders who show to the job walk, they may not all be interested in being the general on that job. They may want a sub on that job. So they come in and get a look at it to prepare their own quotes for the general. So a lot of times you have a larger number in the job walk than you do on bid day.
Any other questions or have a motion?
Move to approve the award of contract for bid 5217, installation of district provided portable restroom, existing restroom remodel at Fairlawn Elementary School to QuinCon Incorporated in the amount of $410,006 upon presentation of bonds as presented.
I'll second.
Mr. Hollingshead moves, Ms. Cordero second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries to approve the award of a contract for bid 5217. Item N, award of bid number 5219, painting at Taylor Elementary School.
This project calls for painting of the exterior buildings, windows, and door frames at Taylor Elementary School. Plans and specifications for this project were prepared by 196 architects. Notice calling for bids was posted on Planet Bids and advertised in Santa Maria Times. A mandatory pre-bid conference was held on April 14th. 10 prospective bidders attended the pre-bid conference, and 4 electronic bids were received and opened on May 2nd. In accordance with Public Contract Code 5101, a bidder may be relieved of their bid by consent of the awarding agency if they meet certain requirements. And as you can see from the bid results, there's quite a difference between our low bidder at $138,000 and our second low bidder of $280,000, and compared to the other bids as well. So on May 3rd, the low bidder, California Pro Painting Incorporated, did notify the district of their intent to withdraw their bid. The notification did state that it was a clerical error in their final bid calculations. What they shared with the district was that they did have an issue with their estimating software. They had put in for 2 coats instead of the 3 coats of paint that were required in the specifications. So they were asking to withdraw their bid. District staff has deemed that the request to withdraw does meet the requirements of Public Contract Code 5103. The second lowest bidder, Color New Company, was contacted. We did hold a conversation with them to be sure that their bid did include everything that was outlined in the bid specifications, and they did assure us that it does meet the requirements. So their bid has been deemed as responsive and meets all the requirements outlined in the bid documents. Therefore, staff is recommending that California Pro Painting be relieved of their bid and that the contract for bid 5219 be awarded to Color New Company in the amount of $280,000 upon presentation of bonds and execution of required contract documents.
Yeah, I thought that was a little low because of everything you're doing trim, door frames, and the whole building, so 3 coats, yeah.
I'll move that the Board of Education relieve California Pro Painting, Inc. of their bid and approve the award of a contract for bid number 5219, painting at Taylor Elementary School, to Color New Company in the amount of $280,000 upon presentation of bonds.
Ms. Cordero moves, Mr. Valencia seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries to relieve California Pro Painting, Inc. of their bid and approve the award of the contract for bid number 5219, painting at Taylor Elementary School to Color New Company in the amount of $280,000 upon presentation of bonds. Item O, award a bid number 5227, installation of 3 district-provided portable classrooms and site work at Jimenez Elementary School.
This project calls for the installation of 3 district-provided portable classrooms and site work at Jimenez Elementary School. Plans and specifications for the project were prepared by 196 Architects. The notice calling for bids was posted on Planet Bids and advertised in Santa Maria Times. A pre-bid conference was held on March 31st and was attended by 12 prospective bidders. 4 electronic bids were received and opened on May 2nd. As you will see, this one also has an ad alternate. The bid terms and conditions require the award to be based on the total net base bid amount. The district at its option may include the ad alternate amount in the final award. Staff is recommending the award of both the base bid amount and the ad alternate amount. RDZ Contractors Incorporated has been deemed the lowest responsible bidder and meets all of the requirements outlined in the bid documents. Therefore, staff recommends bid 5227 be awarded to RDZ Contractors Incorporated in the amount of $488,945 upon presentation of bonds and execution of required contract documents.
What's the ad alternate for? That for leveling or something of the ground?
The ad alternate is for concrete seating benches that will be poured in place. The reason why we went with an ad alternate was because we wanted to compare it to concrete benches that were fabricated in a factory and then brought out. But the $20,000 was a really good number.
So they'll go ahead and frame it there and then pour it themselves?
No, they'll pour them in place.
Yeah, they'll pour them in place,
Yes.
is what I'm saying, yeah.
Where are they putting these portables?
On the east side of the campus, between the 2 brick and mortar buildings.
Yeah.
There's a spot there. If you're familiar with there's a synthetic turf area. That's where they're going to be placed, up against the fence as close as we can.
Okay.
Is that the synthetic turf they stole?
That got stolen,
They
yeah.
cut out before the school opened?
Yeah, So all of that will be gone then?
Yes, we'll have some flat work. We'll have some concrete benches. We'll have some trees. We're cleaning up that area.
They'll put base down.
That's
and
a huge
everything.
area.
What's that?
That's a pretty big area right there.
It is, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Have a motion or any more questions?
Board of Education approve the award of a contract for bid number 5227. Provided portable classrooms and site work at Jimenez Elementary to RDZ Contractors, Inc. Amount of $488,945 upon presentation of bonds.
I second.
Mr. Valencia moves, Ms. Flores seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries to approve the award of a contract for bid number 5227. Item Q. Discuss and approve job description.
Prior to beginning, can I request a 5-minute recess?
Okay, sure. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess and we'll reconvene. Good evening. We reconvene to the Santa Maria Bonita School Board, May 11th school board meeting. We are currently on item 7Q, discuss and approve job description, general education teacher. Ms. Beltran.
Good evening, President Laura, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Beecher, Cabinet, audience, and community members. Tonight we bring back you for a second reading. Job description for a general education teacher as part of our robust teacher pipeline program. Upon receiving feedback and suggestions by the board at the April 13th, 2022 board meeting, the general education teacher job description has been updated. Okay. We are also proposing to add following language under ability to, the second to the last bullet where it states, understand and be sensitive to those of culturally and linguistically diverse background. We're adding the phrase by being culturally competent. So with that change, we do bring this forward for your consideration and approval. Are there any questions?
I would thank you guys for putting the language together and the way in which you took into consideration input in crafting this. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. I also appreciate the board's willingness to include language around cultural competency, cultural proficiency. There are many bullet points that acknowledge that, but I wanted to make sure that we make it explicit, right? That we're a school district that honors, right, the backgrounds of all of our students, and that it's important that we train all of us from, at all levels on how to recognize bias, right? How to eliminate barriers. And so I appreciate the board's willingness to do that.
Thank you. And we'll be adding those four words.
Questions? I'll move to approve the job description, general education teacher as presented.
I second.
Mr. Hollingshead moves, Mrs. Flores second.
And also the amendment therein from this evening.
Right, the amendment.
The amendment as well, yes. All in favor?
Second.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Discuss and approve job description, general education teachers as well as the amendment.
Thank you. Did you want me to stay up here for the consent item?
Yes.
Certificated and classified personnel changes at this time?
Yes, we can do that one first since you are there. Consent, item E.
Good idea.
Mr. Valencia, you asked for that to revisit that item.
Yes, I wasn't sure if Ms. Beltran was gonna, never mind. So Ms. Beltran, I noticed that we have three administrators, right, in the reclassification of employment and or change of assignment.
Correct.
And I was just wondering if you could tell us what the hiring process was for that. My understanding was that two of the applicants went through a hiring process where it was opened up, for applicants, and that one of the candidates did not do so. So I was wondering if you could please explain the hiring process for all the candidates, and then tell us how many people actually applied for those that went through that process.
Okay. With regards to the Director of Plan and Alignment, we did have 10 candidates that applied. Two internal candidates, but without revealing any private information. One was a teacher candidate who had no prior administrative experience, so they were not selected to interview. The other 8 were outside candidates. We had first round and we interviewed 4 candidates for the position during first round, and then we held a second round, and Dr. Samuel Humphrey was selected to be Director of Plan Alignment. There were 6 applicants who, without revealing confidentiality, had either no prior experience or incomplete applications by not having letters written within a certain time frame, or not having data presented on their resume as to when they were working in certain places. or no prior admin experience except for a role back in 2000 to 2005. But then there were letters that were not directed to me and were not about the position. They were about other positions. So of the 10 candidates, we had 4 viable candidates, 2 levels of interview process, and Dr. Sam Humphrey was selected. His doctorate was even in the area of plan alignment, really well fitted, and I know that you'll be very happy in his selection. He is currently the principal and has been the principal for the last few years at Taylor Elementary School. With regards to the coordinator for assessment and accountability, we had 8 candidates. We interviewed 5 of those 8 candidates. 2 were from Santa Maria Bonita School District, 3 were from outside of the district. There were first round and second round interviews. Our second round interviews included 2 internal candidates, and from that process, Dr. Eusebio Martinez, current assistant principal at Tommy Kuntz Junior High School, was selected for assessment and accountability. He too, his studies were really in data and assessment and really outshined. There were 3 that were not selected to interview. All 3 of them did not have prior administrative assistance, and a coordinator position really isn't a ground level admin position. With regards to the appointment of Dr. Joseph Williams from school principal to principal on special assignment, I would actually turn this over to Mr. Beecher to answer with regards to that, because I do believe he communicated that to the board a while back. And it is a lateral movement. It is not a promotion or a demotion. Do you want to answer that, Matt, or is there any other questions prior to going there?
Yeah, no, I think that we have discussed this as a team, and it just has to do with making sure that we have the support in place for our principals as we move forward, coaching and supporting principals as they grow as leaders. And so I know that there's a detailed explanation we've been through before, and I think it is a critical role. It is the next step as we move our system forward to really create effective systems across the district and out at our school sites.
And thank you, Mr. Beecher, and Beecher, for clarifying that it's a lateral, move. The reason I wanted to, raise this issue is, I think sometimes when folks are essentially appointed to positions, right, there's the concern about nepotism, right, or about favoritism. And so that's why I wanted to bring it to the board's attention to see if that's something that we want to look at, a bit more critically, or if it's something that the board as a whole supports. I know I tend to lean on the side of I want to open up positions, right, and may the best candidate win, whether that's internal or external. I like there to be a balance, right, of folks that are invested from our community in all positions, but I'm also very open and knowing that we have outside talent as well. So that's my concern with a position like this. If for the position that Dr. Joseph Williams, if it was essentially appointed, then there was no chance to see if there was anything else out there for the position. And I'm just wondering or curious if the board has any particular take on that, if that's something that we want to continue, or if that's something that we would not like to continue in the future.
We welcome your feedback as a board. Thank you.
And from the board, is that something that has worked well for folks in the past to assign folks to positions?
And I'll just check in really quickly on this, Mr. Valencia. It's very rare that we choose to assign someone, and very unique circumstances that makes that a best move at the time, and that occurred at this time. For the most part, the lion's share, I agree with you that the best way to find the best talent is to seek it. So it's only in these unique circumstances that this occurs. But I just wanted to add that in real quick, but also hear the feedback from the board.
Well, and for me, Mr. Valencia, I think I hear you, and I think in this instance, is with the clarity that and information and communication that Matt was going through and informing us along the way as to the rationale. for this appointment and how it was trying to get the best person in the best position for them and for the district. You know, it was putting the right people in the right places kind of thing. You know, one of the things we have to do is trust Dr. McDuffie now, Matt now, in doing some of those things when they are appropriate. And so I think, as Matt said, it's a super rare instance that there's an appointment rather than an open call. If that was to become or appear to be kind of a pattern or happening more frequently, then you know, there's a red or yellow flag probably that we should bring up. I appreciate that you brought all of this up, because we want to also make sure that we know and who's coming to us in administrative roles and what the process was, but mostly who they are and what they bring to the district. And so I think the hard thing about this being in consent is we've gone to a place where this is deemed routine, but an administrative role is maybe a little bit bigger than somebody moving from a half FTE to a 3/4 FTE and the long lists of those things. And so, you know, I think in the future, when, you know, I think maybe now it's clear that we get information on some of those decisions, maybe but that's going to be, I think, something that with Dr. McDuffie coming on board, it will be his prerogative and his perspective on how we want to see that stuff, and can collaborate with us on how we see that stuff fitting into our agenda or consent or what have you. But yeah, I mean, I hear you, but, and I think Matt was, I think he was pretty above board and gave us that information ahead of time, but I appreciate the query on the other two for sure. And that sounds really good, Bijou.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Do you have any other concerns? That was it.
That was just for certificate and classified. Are we on to the minutes portion?
Yes.
Actually, we need to conclude that one item by either approving or not approving.
Right.
So I would move that the board ratify the identified certificated and classified personnel employment changes as presented.
Second.
Ms. Cordero moves, Mr. Hollenhead second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries to ratify the certificated and classified personnel. Item A, Mr. Valencia, it's you again.
Yeah. So I noticed as I was reviewing our regular board meeting minutes for April 13, one of the things that I had talked about was the importance of transparency in our institution, and so I included the annual salary amounts for each of the cabinet positions. And so, but I noticed that the annual salaries in the specific amounts were not included. So I wanted to just amend our minutes to include those amounts. So for example, in page 3 of the minutes, at the third sentence where the salary it ends off salary increases, I would just recommend adding that the current annual salary is $233,404 at the end of the position. And then below that, for the position of, excuse me, let me go back here. Yeah, so that's for the position of superintendent, deputy superintendent of business services. And then for the position of instructional services, then I believe the salary amount is, the current annual salary is $180,106. And then for the last position, to include the current annual salary is $208.556. So I just wanted to include the annual salary amount. Oh, so just flip them around.
Yeah.
There we go. So then just flipping them. So that's all I wanted to include for the minutes. Is that all right with the board?
I've never seen that in the past. Board? Your consent, do I? there's a consent really to put it out there, because I'm sure you can see it online when you go to the Santa Maria Bonita School District. You know, you can see the salaries of our employees, what they're making will be updated. So I don't really think it needs to be in the minutes myself, because I can go up there and look on it on the website, and salaries are posted of all our employees. It's our interim and our deputy and our curriculum and HR.
And the reason to make it specific is because I know sometimes most folks that are not immersed in the world of education don't understand like salary schedules, don't understand like how the way that the steps work, but they do understand like specific amounts, right? And so that's why. And then also last week, a community member reached out to me saying that they wanted to, promote transparency, right? Especially for our highest paid employees, that was something that's very important to him. And so that's the spirit behind it. Is we know that with a couple of clicks, if you know where to look, this information is easily verifiable. But for most people, I want to keep it as simple as possible, especially because districts often compare salaries, right, to others, and so that's why I want to make it as transparent and easy to find as possible.
Well, I think ours is pretty transparent, because you can do it in either Spanish or English. I mean, if that's the case, if that's what you're going towards.
Yeah, just to keep it transparent, so it's easy to find.
But I think you can switch school district into Spanish, and it will take you to what you want to see. If that's what you're saying, that they're not able to go on the website and find it, or
just that some folks don't know how to easily click and find those documents, versus if we have it in our minutes, then it's easy to find.
And I'll just add in really quickly. I know Ms. Cornejo has been through trainings related to being the secretary to the superintendent and secretary to board meetings, and that a lot of times the training and then the models we have in other districts, the minutes are very general. And so that's what is here tonight, is just a real general documentation of the occurrences. Anytime the board wishes to modify the minutes that Kristen puts out based on her training and the models from other districts, that can be done exactly this way through this conversation, just again, as a record of what the conversation was. And so it is at the discretion of the board to make this change. And it is part of the process. It is part of the reason why minutes are reviewed. Sometimes there's a misunderstanding that gets laid out in the minutes, and that has to be amended, and the board can look at that and say, that's right, we think of that differently. So it's not uncommon to do that, but I just wanted to let you all know that Kristen's reflection in these minutes is a reflection of her training, preparing for her role as executive secretary to the superintendent and secretary of the board meeting.
Absolutely. And I want to make sure, right, that when our community members ask us, hey, what is our swoop making? What is our assistant swoop making, right? That we'd be able to look at them and say, well, here are the amounts and here's how we can justify them. So that's why it's just to promote a spirit of transparency, especially for our highest paid employees.
Yeah, and I think I appreciate what you said, Matt, because I think it's a little bit apples and oranges. I think the gist of minutes is not a literal full-on accounting of what went on. They can go watch a recording, they can watch us in real time, or they can do their due diligence, because it's all public record, and find those regardless of whether their familiarity with those things is. So I think the difficulty is that we're in the spirit of what Matt's talking about. You can look through any of this. It's really a distillation down into very kind of it's the means of which Kristen takes notes on what we're doing, and a kind of a Reader's Digest condensed version of what's happened. So I think one of the things that we haven't gotten to in the past is really kind of going into it and getting pulling things out that we didn't think were specific enough. And I don't think that there's any lack of transparency in not having that in these notes. So I don't see any need to amend with any specificity to that degree. Just my opinion.
Sure. You mentioned, John, that these contracts are public information, right?
Right.
Do we know if those contracts have been posted to our website so that our community can take a look at those if they wish to?
Have you looked to see if they've been up yet?
I don't think so. I didn't see them.
You didn't see them?
No. So then we should just make sure that the contracts are posted to the website so that the public can access them at their discretion.
Yeah.
I mean, because my dad worked in the public, the public arena. everybody asked me if I knew what my dad made, and I said, no. I said, it's right there in the newspaper.
Great. Matt, do you know, Mr. Beecher, do you know if our contracts that we approved last month are currently on our website?
I don't know the answer to that question.
And so can you please follow up on that to make sure that those contracts, those public contracts are posted to our website?
I can follow up on their status. I'll start with that, and then I'll let the board know.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. We don't need a motion?
We will need a motion to approve the minutes, similar to the classified and certificated personnel changes.
A motion?
I'll move to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
Ms. Cordero moves, Mr. Holland second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. The approval of a minute, approval of minutes presented. Oh, excuse me. Tongue tied. Discussion items. Item A, review of administrative regulations, absences and excuses. Ms. Dutra, good evening.
We'll be having our Director of Pupil Personnel Services take us through the next two items, Brian Zimmerman. Thank you, Brian.
Good evening, Brian.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, once again. Okay. So looking at administrative regulations 5113, we're just adding some language. This is a revise. Looking at additions to excuses for absences. So it talks about one of the big ones with COVID coming around is mental health, behavioral health. So adding that to the language. Things like jury duty. This is for older kids, but all the number of ways that the child can be excused from school to be an excused absence. So we would add that language to the current language that we have in our administrative regulations. And then making sure that we have a notification, and I'm sorry, I can't. I'm going to try to move the window here so I can read.
Technology.
There you go.
All right. So making sure that we add these notifications to our, this is going to go out in our ANTP, our annual notification to parents and guardians next year. We're currently, all the departments are working on that right now to make sure that we have all the current language in that for our parents next year. And it's printed out, but it's also posted online for our families. But making sure that they know that they can be excused for religious reasons. Students in grades 7th and 8th can be excused to obtain confidential medical services without the consent of the student's parent guardian. And this is usually with, if a junior high student gets pregnant, this is confidential information. The parent guardian is not privy to that information. And the grades will not be reduced for an excused absence, but they just need to be given adequate time to make up the assignment. So for example, if a student's out for 2 weeks, they can't be expected to turn it in the day they come back. They need to be given adequate time and not penalized for that. So those will be the added notifications that we're going to put into our yearly notice that we give to parents and guardians, and then again, it'll be posted on our website. Are there any questions on that one?
Yeah, Brian, I'm a little concerned with how the use of excused or unexcused absences has been used for kids coming back this year into the post-COVID environment. I know it seems like from talking to some teachers that there's been a really excessive number of absences, and really the excuses or rationales have been pretty flimsy, if you will, in a lot of cases. Is there, I mean, I know it's tough to in some instances to delineate, and call things out, but number of absences, duration of absence? Where are we starting to, because like, for example, what you just said with 2 weeks coming back and make up work, some of these instances seem to be getting excessive to the point where work might not even be able to be made up. How are we dealing with that?
So yeah, I gave an extreme example, but so at the beginning of the year with COVID, we were telling kids, you have to stay home for 20 days at a time, and we're mandating they have to stay home for 20 days. So those were excused absences because we're telling them you cannot come back. We also didn't have the infrastructure for testing, which we do now. When we came back from winter break, we changed our process and we said, you know what? If you have missed, if you've already quarantined once and you're quarantining again, because we do have those extreme cases that you're referring to where someone, comes to school with a sniffle and they want to go home. So we do have something in place. It's called a 10% letter. So if students are marked ill or 10% of the school year, we can require them to either get a test, a COVID test, or to provide a doctor's note to further excuse their absences. Otherwise, it'll be unexcused absences. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the year, we didn't have that capability to do that because we were having to excuse them because we couldn't force them to test because we didn't have that infrastructure. And doctors' offices were just slammed and they weren't taking these kids in. So this was an adjustment we've made, but we do have with next year, we started in January and we're going to continue with those 10% letters. And if students say that they're, if they are COVID positive, they can, they have the opportunity to test, if they have symptoms, they can take a test. Okay, you're positive. You will excuse those absences. If not, if it's a negative test, you need to return back to school. And then also those ones that are calling in quite a bit saying they're symptomatic, this, that, the other, we have that 10% letter. So they will, if they don't bring a doctor's note or a COVID-free test, then they won't be excused and they'll go through a truancy process.
And is it your impression that maybe it was happening this year, or that there were really long, extended, or protracted periods of or repetitive pulling in, pulling out with kids?
It's kind of like your 5% rule. You've always got 5% that are going to abuse that privilege, but I think for the most part, kids and families wanted their students in school and they wanted them here, but you do have some that take advantage. And that's why we had to put that back into place. And with the testing that we were able to do, we had that leverage to say, okay, you have all these testing sites you can go to. It's no charge. We'll take care of it. So that's what so I expect things to be a lot better next year. And because we're getting better with COVID and how we handle it.
Brian, if I can add, a lot of the conversations we've had around attendances, we all know the rules have changed a lot this year, right? Like how many days you have to stay home, when you have to stay home, all those things. And we do have a lot of, rightly so, who are very nervous, right? So the smallest sniffle, then a child's home, and then they keep them home, right? Kind of under those old rules. We've been talking about that. So we are seeing an uptick in that, as are other districts. Because of that, right? Parents still have a little bit of a fear. Teachers still have a fear. I mean, we all do when people around us still sleeping and, having a fever and those kinds of things. So definitely this year, it's been a little different, and it continues to be, because now numbers are going up a little bit. And so again, parents are going to be a little more cautious about sending their kiddos.
We can always hope that as it becomes our new normal, that attendance will not be this kind of issue. But I would agree with what Ms. Dutra said. People are nervous. And when testing was readily available, we saw people waiting in line, to get tested, to make sure that they weren't sick. And like you said, there's a small percentage that are going to continue to take advantage of that. But by and large, our families want their children to be in school.
And, past history, we have about a 96.7 attendance rate. That was prior to COVID and prior to the exclusion. So our kids, our families, they want to be here. So, yeah.
I don't have any other questions.
No other questions? Okay. I recommend that the Board of Education acknowledge review of Administrative Regulation 5113, absences and excuses is presented and request administration to bring the item back for action at the next regular board meeting. Item D, review of Administrative Regulations AR 5142 safety.
Okay, this next one is a little bit of an overhaul. I'm going to see if my crystal ball is working tonight. I think there's going to be a question coming up. We'll see. Okay, so an important one with student safety is the release of students and making sure that we release them to the right people. So making sure that we release them to a custodial parent or guardian, an adult on the emergency card, and that's provided to the principal or designee. So they have to provide ID, and all the school offices say, please show proof of ID when checking out your child. If law enforcement is taking a student off campus, there is a procedure for that. There is a board policy and administrative regulation that goes with that, but they can remove a student. And then also an adult taking a student to an emergency medical care at the request of the principal or designee. So for example, if we had a situation where we needed an adult to take them for an emergency, that would be possible. All right. This one. All right, supervision of students. And going back to student service, we're responsible for students on their way to school, while they're at school, while they're on our campus, and during recess, and on the way home from school. So it goes door to door. And looking at making sure, when we have supervision staff available on the campus during those break times, lunch times, that we have zones identified for supervisors to make sure that they are able to see the students, that they are in their line of sight, and they can make sure that students are supervised at all times. And we need to provide safety and provide training and safety practices to those adults that are supervising. So this is a little bit of a change. In the past, what we used to do is we would have a voluntary program, but we would pay people to come. Now it's mandatory that we have to do this training. So the way we worked around this is Julian Jordy and I and Christina Stanford, an old AP, we put together a training for these student supervision aides. I remembered. So we did this a few years ago. So we have the training in place, and all I'm going to do is I will screencastify it. So it's one consistent message. It's going to be 1 hour long, and staff will have the opportunity they're going to all have to sign off that they've taken the training. So they'll either watch it online on their own time, and they'll get paid for it through an EWR, or they can come in if they don't have technology, they can come to the school and do it as well. It would be great to have everybody all in one room to have that training. However, that's a lot of people, and the facilities are going to be tight. So, and rather than trying to do it, a bunch of different times, we're going to try to do it. We are going to do it before they start, but then paying them for that and making sure they get trained. All right, playground safety. This is Sean Chenoweth's world, so I'll make sure he's aware, and we've already had discussions on this one, but making sure that if there's any new playground equipment, modifications or replacement to equipment, that it will conform to the standards set by those commissions that are listed there. And then there's a playground safety inspector must be certified. And Sean he says we're already doing that as it is, and this is pretty much standard procedure, but now we're just putting it into revised AR. Okay, here's where my question's going to come. All right, so some of the activities with safety risks. So principal will not allow these activities on campus or during school-sponsored events unless it's properly supervised by staff, and students wear protective gear as appropriate. And we should have insurance coverage. So I have wait time, or Mr. Hollinshead, if you have another teacher name you remember, you can throw it up.
I was going to say Mr. Thieker for later.
Okay.
But okay, I'll say Mr. Thieker.
Okay. So where's the question? unless all of you already know this one, I was like, someone actually thought it was a typo, and they said, did you mean this? I said, no, it's not that.
Rocketeering one?
There, thank you, Mr. Hollinshead, you got it. So I wrote the definition down on the notes, so I got to open it up.
Maybe does it refer to movies shot in Santa Maria?
Yeah.
The Rocketeer.
Which one did you say?
Rocketeering.
It's firing or piloting. I had it down on the, rocketeering, one who fires, pilots, or rides in a rocket.
Yeah.
Okay, someone thought it was racketeering. I was like, no, it's not racketeering.
You were a junior high principal, you know that one. Come on.
Yeah, no. So anyway, yeah, so those are the big ones, and, yeah.
And in the past, building rockets and setting them off used to be kind of a everyday occurrence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they removed those trees by Miller, Linda. They don't catch on. There were a lot of parachutes in those trees.
Next one, I had to find humor in my clip art, so helmets. So it is required for students who have bikes, non-motorized scooters. Motorized scooters aren't allowed anyway. Skateboards, inline roller skates, they need to have helmets if they are using them. And to, look ahead, making sure that we're messaging this to our families at the beginning of the year. Because, as a junior high principal, I remember kids that come, they try to sneak it in without a helmet. And actually I think we had 1 month where we had 3 kids get hit by cars, and 2 happened within 1 day of each other. So making sure that kids are protected and parents are aware that if they do come to school, that they need to have this protective gear on so that they are safe coming to and from school, because as we know, drivers aren't always looking for people. Lab safety, and this is stuff, as a junior high principal, I know this is already happening, but we're putting into policy. It's making sure that we have, employees are trained in proper safety procedures. Students are taught the skills by their, like these science teachers, they know the proper protocols for what to do. Safety precautions are taken with hazardous materials, bloodborne pathogens. There is an emergency plan and contact numbers and first aid supplies accessible in case there is an accident. And then parents will be made aware of these activities taking place during the school year. So if they are having a science lab experience, they'll know what they're doing, they'll know what they'll be dealing with and what they'll be learning in that class.
Hey, Brian, are all the teachers, do they all do the bloodborne pathogens?
I believe that's part of standard. I can't remember how many years, is it every other year or but yeah. I mean,
high school, I think it's every year, but.
Yeah, and I know I have to take it. We have the list of trainings, it's the CWI, the child neglect and,
right,
all those ones. So it's part of it. So yes.
Okay.
Eye safety, making sure we have eye safety devices. If we've got teachers visit, if anybody comes in and there's going to be hazardous substances, they need to have safety, glasses, goggles, something to that effect to protect their eyes. And protection against insect bites. This is something a little new, but students are allowed to, and again, we don't, luckily, Central Coast of California, this is not something we deal with, but, other places deal with mosquitoes and things like that. But if they can use it, but it does have to be, if it's applied, it cannot just be willy-nilly like kids are spraying each other with mosquito repellent. It has to be supervised by an adult. So that is what we have.
At science camp.
Could be what?
Could be at science camp. But then Bullfrog would check you out.
True.
Technically, he's not a teacher.
What's not on this list of safety things is zip lining.
Oh.
Any other questions or?
Can't install them fast enough on a campus, I guess.
When I was, preparing for the meeting and reading through this, I don't really know when or how or why most teachers would, do some of this, but The one thing that did strike me, and I mean, even though it's been a while since I was at a school site and responsible, you know, the helmet law has been in effect for a good long time. And, you know, this idea of being responsible, which has also been in place from door to door.
Yeah.
And, you know, is there somebody that actually checks that students have helmets?
Well, you know, as I go back to Fessler and I look at you, we had people on the exits, you know, as supervision when you're leaving. And as you're leaving, if you've got a bike or a scooter, you better have a helmet. Otherwise, it's going into the cafeteria, or we'll call your parent and we'll have them come pick it up, because again, we don't want to take the risk of them. Like I said, that 1 month we had 3, and it was scary.
Of course, I mean, they can put the helmet on and ride their bike up, and as soon as they're out of your eyesight, they can take it off. And
can only do so much.
So,
You can give them the tools, though. Tools to be safe.
Questions?
Climbing may soon part of PE. Rock climbing, that is.
Okay, I make the recommendation that the Board of Education acknowledge receipt of revisions for Administrative Regulation 5142 safety as presented, and request administration to bring the item back for, let's cut out, at the next regular board meeting. Item C, Federal Programming Monitoring, report of review, visit conduct by California Department of Education. Ms. Herrick or Ms. Dutra.
Thank you. So before Ms. Herrick gets started, she won't brag enough. So I really just wanted to start with a huge thank you to Rebecca Herrick, our Director of Plan Alignment, and to Michelle Serratus, our program specialist in Plan Alignment. They have done incredible work for over a year. I won't lie, I was like, why are we already working on FBM? And then now I'm like, thank you for working on FBM so early. It was a tremendous amount of work, and she'll give some examples, but the team from California Department of Education, they told us numerous times what a fantastic FBM process this was, how organized it was, how smooth it was, how aligned we were and appropriate we were with our spending and our services for kids, that we worked in great partnership with them. And they even went on to say they wish that all of their reviews were like ours, which I had to tell Michelle, that's not a request for more FBMs. She said, I really liked it. And I said, we're good though, friends at CDE, we're good. But just a huge amount of work. And I know Ms. Herrick has others to thank as well. And we don't want to walk by them, but I just wanted to make sure that I called out the tremendous work from her and her team. So with that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Herrick.
Thank you. And good evening, board members, Interim Superintendent Mr. Beecher, cabinet members and community members in the audience. As Melissa shared, no. That one right there. No. That one. All right. Okay. So I will be sharing regarding our federal program monitoring review. And of course, I do want to thank a lot of people that were a part of the team for this, all of our department teams, the district department teams, the school site teams that were involved, especially our project clerks, and all of the classified and certificated staff that supported our review. I wanted to thank especially our plan alignment program specialist, Dr. Michelle Serratus. She really did take lead on this body of work and has done an incredible job in supporting our district and site staff as we prepared and went through the review. So our actual review, it took place April 4th through April 8th. It was a very smooth process. We worked with the CDE team to ensure it was a learning opportunity to take initiative and improve our systems and processes. Our work with the CDE started before the formal review began in April. This allowed a strong working relationship with the FPM team to build transparency. And our team and the CDE team worked together to ensure high quality review. They actually loved us. Michelle really got to know them well, and they were just excellent to collaborate with. We learned a lot from them. We were committed to having thoughtful planning of the requirements from each program and the logistics of submitting evidence. And we received positive feedback, including our inclusive practice of simulcasting in real time and multiple language for parent voice. And that was during our interviews. Alignment of our district vision and key drivers to the Lcap, the federal addendum, and our school site plans. Our appropriate use of funds and our collaboration between departments to ensure compliance of state and federal laws. So after the review was completed, the CDE submitted an official notification of findings report. This report included all the programs being reviewed and the total number of findings and the explanation of any findings. Then we entered into a resolution period. We had 45 days to resolve any findings. So I'm going to go through the programs that were reviewed and the total number of findings. So for early learning care, which includes a review of our preschool programs, we were reviewed at the district level and 3 sites, including Adam, Bruce, and Sanchez. 20 items were reviewed and 0 findings. Additionally, the CDE team asked for our preschool handbook to be used as a model for other districts. The team was very impressed with the current work and the focus that our district is taking in regards to early learning. Expanded learning programs, again, we were reviewed at the district level and at Oakley, Jimenez, and El Camino Junior High School. 20 items were reviewed and we had 0 findings. The CDE recognized the complexity of providing a program that will transition to support 9 hours of a learning program starting this summer. This feedback was extremely positive in the direction we are taking as being innovative and inclusive to meet our students' needs. And then for school support and improvement, the sites that were reviewed were Bruce, El Camino, Oakley, and Fessler. These schools were reviewed because their additional targeted support and improvement status from the 2019-20 state dashboard. Schools that meet this criteria for ATSI must collaborate with educational partners to develop and implement a school-level plan to improve student outcomes. 6 items were reviewed and 0 had findings. Uniform complaint procedures, and I'm sorry, I missed the CDE with the SSI. They were very impressed with the school planning and implementation of the actions and service in the school plans, and how our system-wide use of comprehensive needs assessments were used to make data informative decisions. Under uniform complaint procedures, we had 6 items reviewed and 0 findings. CDE shared that the vast majority of districts have many findings in this area, and they were very proud to tell us that we did not have any. So the last program being reviewed was Compensatory Education. This was reviewed again at the district and site level. Oakley, Jimenez, El Camino, and El Camino Junior High School, sorry. So we were reviewed and we had 20 items reviewed and we had 1 finding. So this is the finding. It was under CE 15. They code all the program instruments, and it was under equipment inventory. We did not provide evidence that we had conducted a physical inventory for Title I Part A funding equipment with a unit price of $500 or more within the last 2 years for the district level and for El Camino High School, Junior High School. Not providing the information became a finding. So it's been a typical finding and for many information technology departments because they're very busy right now due to the pandemic. So they do have their schedule, and this is a very black and white finding. They had their schedule, they had everything in place, but they just didn't get to it. I know that It's, they just told us this is very typical with everything going on. They're not able to get out there. So anyway, we had 45 days to fix the finding, and they were able to do the inventories needed, and we closed the finding within 2 weeks. So since our finding has been resolved, our FPM review has been completed, and we are done. Again, we are very appreciative to everyone's support and hard work during the process gathering evidence for our FPM review. Having only one finding with 5 programs being reviewed is something to be very proud of. And I also want to thank our leaders, our assistant superintendents, and all of our leaders for being so supportive as well. So it was a great review, and I'm really proud of our whole team. If you have any questions or thoughts.
Give us an example of when you say they reviewed 20 items. Well, one of them was the inventory.
Right. So each of the programs has different items they review. I don't have a list of them tonight, but some of the things that are reviewed are under compensatory education. So for school site councils, they make sure that they have the right number of people on the council, the right number of parents and an administrator. They review all of the agendas and the minutes. They review the school site plans. They also review our DLAC meeting information. They review
of
time and effort reports.
If the funds are being used appropriately.
Right. They look at all of our funding. So our Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV funding, and they look and they see if we're using it appropriately. So anyone being paid out of Title I funds, they have to fill out time and effort sheets. And this is a lot of work to get this into place. And we do a lot of work with different departments on this. And this is one thing that going into this review, Michelle really felt like it needed to be how we went about this needed to change a little bit. And she worked on that starting in January. So that was one thing that took a lot of time. The uniform complaint policies, they just review them, and then they review the log, they review what happened and how it was handled. For the SSI, they review the school plans and how the schools are particularly using their funding to support the student groups of why they're in ATSI status. The early childhood learning care, they also look at all of the things that our preschools are doing or any of our early child learning care. If the review had been in person, they would have come and they would have walked classrooms on the campuses that were being reviewed. So that would have been the ones for the preschools and also the ones that were reviewed for the other programs. Also, they interview. So they did do this via Zoom. They interview parents from the schools. They interview teachers. They interviewed some of our coaches because they're paid for out of title funds. So they did those interviews. The school sites were well prepared. We did have 2 consultants that we worked with, and I think that was key. One of them is a retired person, and she is from down south, and Mr. Ontiveros had kind of pointed her out to us, and she really worked with us of what to expect. And then we also had a consultant with Mrs. Ontiveros, and she was able to support the school sites to let them know like how to prepare. And that was very beneficial. And she was also at the DLAC meeting because the DLAC members are also interviewed. So there's a lot that they look at.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Becca, how are the schools chosen? I know Altamino got each category.
Yeah, it's pretty random, but usually it is the schools that have been ATSI school or if they had a finding in the past. But the district is done every 2 years, and you come up like in a cohort, and then they kind of pick the programs that you're going to be reviewed. So the school districts usually are the ones that have some, that are struggling a little bit with ATSI schools. We were kind of surprised Fessler wasn't because they were ATSI.
Right.
But they were not, well, they were for the SSI, but they weren't for the other ones. So we'll come up again in 2 years, and so we'll see what happens. Michelle will be very excited.
Thank you.
Any other
You're welcome.
questions? Nope. I acknowledge the receipt of the federal program monitor review summary as presented. Thank you, Ms. Herrick. Item D, local control and accountability plan update.
So tonight, Ms. Herrick will be reviewing the Lcap and lots of information in here. Not too much is brand new, but lots of great information that the team has put together. And she's going to walk you through a timeline of the future few weeks of the additional feedback that we're going to be receiving from our educational partners. And so we're excited to share this with you tonight. And then we also have our entire team that can answer any questions as we move along.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dutra. So I will be providing you with an update for the Lcap, the Local Control and Accountability Plan. And so just for a quick review, I wanted to remind you for the Lcff interconnected elements, there are 3 elements of the Lcff local control funding formula. So that is the California School Dashboard, the Lcap, and then the California System of Support. So this evening, we are going to focus on the Lcap, which is our plan that is developed by the district with input from all of our educational partners. The plan identifies the goals, actions, and services it will provide to improve student outcomes. Now, one of the things we want to remember that this is the funding to really improve student outcomes, the students, it's directly for our unduplicated students, and that's how we generate the funding. So I wanted to go through the Lcap, really the requirements and kind of the steps. We've looked at the cycle a lot, but I think this is really kind of shows us where we're at currently. So the Lcap requirements, we present the Lcap draft to the Lcap collaboration team and advisory team. So that's our Lcap collaboration team. So the draft needs to go to them, and that will be coming up in May. We have one more meeting. We do have to present the draft to the DLAC, and a lot of them take that back to the school site councils, even if it's just on a little bit of information about it, or the principal might share some information as well. We do provide notice of public opportunity to submit comments on the Lcap draft. And then we conduct a public hearing. So our public hearing is in June. And then after that, we have to send it to the county for review. So the county reviews the draft before it goes to the board. And then we take the draft to a public school board meeting. Okay, and that is at the end of June, we have that. So I'll go over the dates at the end, just so I want to make sure you know the dates and have those. So the components of the Lcap, remember this is a new format this year. So it's a little bit different and we're still kind of learning about it. The first part of it is the Lcff budget overview for parents. And this is an explanation of the budget, which will be completed after the governor's May 23rd budget revision. So this cannot be completed till that is completed, right? The second part is the supplement to the annual update to the 2021-22 Lcap. And this was the plan that we brought to you in February. So that will be put into this plan. It's the same plan. Nothing will be changed. It will just be a part of this plan. And it was approved and it's posted on the district website for your review if you want to look at that. The plan summary, it includes our story and our reflection, and I'll show you a little bit of a brief, our GOBO infographic of that. And then the engaging educational partners section, that will be completed after the public hearing, because we have to include all of the engagement that we have for our last meeting and up through the public hearing. The goals and actions, we will be reviewing a draft of that this evening. And then the increased and improved services and the action tables, they will be included and they'll be updated again after the governor's May revise. Okay. And finally, in the very back, it has all the instructions. So one of the things I want to make sure is we really we continue to update it right until we turn in the draft because we have educational partners' feedback. And then we turn that into the county and they do review that before the board. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that. So I'm going to go over the goals and actions, but before we do that, I just wanted to remind you the plan summary is pretty much the written version of this. And remember, it really shows how many students we have. And currently what is in the plan is 16,606, which includes TK through 8th grade. We do have our preschool program with 531 students. And you could see we have 87% low income students, 55% English learners, and 0.4% foster youth. And our unduplicated count is 93%. These percentages are from the beginning of the year and were the numbers used to calculate our state supplemental funds. Okay, we have 7 goals. The first one, to support student learning. The second one, building systems of quality leaders and educators. The third one, preparing students for college and career. The fourth one, supporting English learners in all academic areas. The fifth one is safe, healthy, and positive learning environments. The sixth one is parent education, engagement, and outreach. And finally, we have the seventh one, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the previous slide, we went over the goals. Now we are reflecting on the why. So how does this reflecting get us to the actions and service in our plan? Throughout the year, we use a continuous cycle of reflection with our educational partners, where we evaluate our successes and identify needs and use this information to update the actions and services in our plan. Remember, this is a 3-year plan and this is the 2nd year. So when we reflect in the plan summary section, you're going to see the 2019-20 dashboard information. Because remember, that's the latest information we have on the dashboard. But I want to make sure to point out, we will be going over the local indicators again at the board meeting, and we're going over those at the Lcap meeting with DLAC as well. And then all of these things are within the plan. But you could see where we were at that point. And remember, that was 2019-20. So that's a really far back. It's hard to go back that far. And then based on some of the information we have now, recent district assessments, using NWA and benchmark assessments, student outcomes were lower on multiple dimensions, lower growth compared to pre-academic trends, lower achievement compared to a typical year, and a larger decline relative to, I don't know if I could see all that, Mr. Riki.
Historical trends.
There we go, in math and reading. Thank you, Mrs. Cordero. And so you'll kind of see those reflected in our identified needs in the written part. It's also important to remember that there are certain things that we have to include in the plan. Okay, so it's we have to keep in mind that all the state priorities that have been created to ensure that we have a whole child approach, that our student needs are met to include conditions of learning, positive student outcomes, academically, and student engagement, which includes parent involvement and positive school climate. Our Lcap must include all the state indicators and also the local indicators. And some of the measures that we're using, we're still waiting for results, some of our local measures. So that will come out in May. Okay, so we're going to go over the goals and actions. And I'm going to have Ms. Loft, please. She's going to give you a handout, and I know you're really interested in reading these. I want to make sure that you know this is an absolute draft. It's a draft, right? And so this by no means is the end point. We are still getting our educational partners' feedback. We still need to turn in the draft to the County Office of Education, Instructional Service Department for their review prior to the draft being moved forward. But this will give you something to look at the next couple of weeks until the next Lcap meeting or the public hearing where we will further discuss any updates, changes, or additions to our Lcap actions and services. It may also be something that you can take notes on, and I'm going to go through those all this evening. Okay. Again, we are still in the drafting stages, and please keep in mind that we will update you accordingly. I also want to ensure to let you know that we are still working on adding some actions and services for our concentration grant add-on funds. We are currently waiting on guidance from the State Department concerning some of the actions and services that are being considered. The State Department may provide technical support and is also providing further training concerning this issue to all districts that are working on their plans. So we still have training coming up next week. On this document, you will see that each goal and the actions under the goals. Any words in blue represent any changes to the actions and services. And sentences in green mean that the action can also be within the school site plan as we align the plans together. Please remember this is a 3-year plan, and so many of the actions and services may be the same. There are a few additions that you will see this evening, and some that are no longer in the Lcap. Okay, so I'm going to start, and I'm going to go through these, and you have this in front of you. So our first goal is a maintenance goal to support student learning. And I'm just going to briefly go through these, and then if you have questions, and that's, if you want to write on those, that's wonderful. So I'm going to go through changes made specifically, but just so you know, we have action 1.1. This is supplemental instructional materials. Sites will continue to purchase these materials. They have to be aligned with our curriculum. They're including English language arts, math, social studies, science. And these are ones that teachers use for direct instruction, expanded learning, and Tier 1, Tier 2. And so these are programs that are used at our school site levels. And they're programs that they purchase with their school funding, which is Lcap funding. Okay. I listed some of the programs there just so you were aware of what they use. They use Chief 3000, Smart Hands. Okay, so the second one, technology. There's not a lot of change. That includes a refresh program that we have a Chrome notebook for all students. We maintain classroom technology. We call that the refresh program, where students in 1st, 5th grade, correct? Okay, TK and Kinder and 5th grade have a new Chrome notebook. We do have a student equal access program. We have our full-time computer technicians in this action and service, and we invest in operational cost. The only difference here is we're going to include the headset and the microphones for the students this year. And that was at the site level, and then we're going to do that again in that refresh packet. I'm sorry, I went ahead here. Action 1.3 is free internet access, and this is not changing, it's just improving. The one thing I highlighted is if students still cannot get access, we have provided hotspots, and they could go through our technology department if they need that. And so I wanted to point that out. 1.4 is technology tools, and we will continue to provide technology tools, content filtering, and device management hardware and software. Some of these programs include Pear Deck, Kapara, Type Club, all different ones that we're using. 1.5 is our library media services. This includes a one-time full library media clerk per site, one supervisor, instructional materials, our SORA program. 1.6 is our physical education teachers. We have one at primary grades and one for upper grade. 1.7 is our fine arts program. We do have 9 band teachers. 5 of these teachers will support elementary supplemental band program, and 4 will support junior high band. Also, the school sites do have funds for these within their school plan. And we also provide some programs in our expanded day through the fine arts. And then we have 1.8 is our GATE program. And this includes professional development, online assessment, parent education, and further enrichment opportunities. The change this next year is that we're going to have our screening to all second grade students and increasing the number of students assessed by providing a second universal gate screen for fifth grade students that were never screened. 1.9 is our expanded learning. We just wanted to point out we do have a lot of expanded learning. We have also our expanded learning programs grant. We have extended day academic classes, our bridge program, academies, Saturday schools, online and small group tutoring, and summer schools. And we really want to target and deliver standards aligned, high quality expanded learning opportunities for low income students. And then the school sites also set aside additional funds, and they could use this for enrichment activities as well. So we do provide some for expanded learning to increase the number of students that go to our ACES program. We have increased our evening custodians, and this next year we're going to increase the number of supplies to better serve our expanded learning programs, parent education classes, and parent engagement events, because we use a lot of supplies. And then the strengthened district support systems, processes, and practices of supporting student learning. Our full-time project clerks per site are in there, office clerks, the whole plan alignment staff. We have a few of the centralized district staffs in there in the business department and some in the expanded learning department. And then finally, we have a school site action and service 1.13, and that's our AVIT. And we wanted to make sure to point out that that's a school site action and service that they have through their SIPSA. But at the elementary school site level, it is different than at the junior high. And a lot of the strategies are embedded both from AVIT and GATE in all of our classrooms. Okay, so that is goal 1. So I will go on to goal 2. Unless you have any questions on goal 1, something that pops out at you, that a lot of information. Okay. All right. I will go on to goal 2. All right. Goal 2, this is to maximize leadership, structure, processes of the organization. This is really about, in our professional learning, there will be an expansion, as you've heard, through our pipeline programs, aspiring administrator program, onboarding new leaders, ongoing coaching for all administrators with a focus on developing our leaders' capacity to implement change and support the development of teachers, providing high quality grade level instruction for increased outcomes in student achievement. In addition to the leadership development, professional learning will be provided around the operational structure that support leaders in the day-to-day operations of school through monthly co-administrator meetings that will continue to be implemented. 2.2, it's about equity and access and our aligned assessment system. And we've worked really hard on this. And this is to provide our NWEA program and Eliminate Education program. It also supports many of the members of our assessment and accountability team. And then we also have 2.3, our Director of School Support Services and Principal on Special Assignment. 2.4 is our Coordinator of Assessment and Accountability and Data Analysis position. 2.5 is our Teacher on Special Assignment for Assessment and Accountability. And 2.6 is our Program Specialist for Teacher and Leadership Development. So all of those positions support that goal. Any questions for goal 2? Okay. So for goal 3, this is a really huge goal because it's all about the academics, right? And for us to reach that high quality instruction, and really for our goal for all students to learn at grade level and beyond by the year 2024. So for professional learning, this is really will continue And I know they're really looking at what teachers and administrators need to maximize student learning. And then, we're just improving that. The learning will be coupled with targeted learning for specific job roles. So this is also not just for certificated staff, but for classified staff. Okay, so a lot is in that. This is also a school site, one of the actions and services they have. So if they want specific professional learning at their school site, then they set aside funding under this action and service in their school plan. 3.2 are our instructional coaches. One thing we did learn going through our federal program review is that we had our English learner coaches in our title funds, and then we had our instructional coaches. Thank you. We had our instructional coaches in our Lcap because of the instructional coaches touching more of the students and our EL coaches touching more of our English learners and supporting English learners. They've asked that we move our instructional coaches into our Lcap federal addendum. There's no difference. We're just moving them into the federal addendum, which aligns with the Lcap, and then we'll be moving our EL coaches back into our Lcap. So we're just switching how they're being paid. Okay, and that was one recommendation they made, and we did that very quickly. There'll be a coach at every single site. We also have 3.3, our coordinator of teacher and learning. And then on 3.4, we have our teachers on special assignments. I do want to point out that we have other teachers on special assignment that are paid out of other grants and funds as well. And then 3.5 is something new, and we're still really looking into this. For our concentration grant funds, we can reduce elementary combination classes. So we're going to look at that, but to add additional teachers above school baseline staffing levels as space and staffing allow, right? Space is always a challenge for us. But hopefully so that as few as possible elementary classrooms are combination of multiple grades in the same classroom. So are there any questions on goal 3?
Was that a recommendation?
The last one?
The last one, 3.5?
Blue is change.
It's something new. So our the add-on money is for direct services to students. And it's not a recommendation, but it is something that you can do. It was an example of a service that you could provide. And I've done a lot of research, and other districts are really looking into that as well.
In terms of action 3.1, professional learning, do you know what type of cultural proficiency or cultural competency training our educators are receiving?
I think that Mrs. Loftus could address that for us. They're receiving a lot, and
it's the same things we've been saying, but we did do a district book study that was Zaretta Hammond, and I think I did provide that to the board. Culturally responsive teaching in the brain. We are also funding our all of our instruction that we're doing is inclusive of inclusive practices. So there isn't professional learning that we're not addressing inclusive practices. When we do any kind of professional learning, it's based on our shared vision of instruction, which it's up there called high quality instruction indicators. Part of high quality instruction indicators is that in all 5 elements, you have a diversity lens, right? That all the work you're doing it through that diversity lens, and then specifically called out in the 4th element about meeting the needs of all students. That's where things like CRT is called out, things like inclusive practice, because it's more than, as you know, it's our newcomers, it's our students of color, it's our students that require special education services. It's all of those things that are wrapped into it. Go on, but that's all a part of what we consider high quality instruction, and all of our training that we do is directly aligned to that, because that's really our guarantee, is that every single student is having access to that in every single classroom.
Thank you, Ms. Dudra. You pretty much said everything, so thank you. The only thing I would add, Mr. Valencia, is that at the beginning of the year, the first day we have back with teachers is a district PL day. And on that PL day, we will have a menu of learning opportunities for teachers to choose from in the morning. And there will be sessions specific to really singling out culturally responsive teaching practices and what that looks like throughout the school day in all content areas.
And if I could make a plug for our DEI team that's been working for almost 18 months now with the teacher steering committee and a group of teachers and leaders in our district. They've been working together for our diversity, equity, and inclusion work. They even spent 3 sessions just working on our board policy, like which pieces of the board policy have been put into action yet, which pieces haven't, what could our next steps be. Kristen has been lovely and has allowed us to have the inspiration for one of our June meetings where we typically don't do an inspiration, that could be the DEI work team. And so they're going to be coming to present what their learning's been over the last 18 months, the impact they've had on sites, professional learning, that they've not only had themselves, but what they've been able to deliver and share at their school sites. And then you'll be able to hear directly from them. So that'll be coming in June. And I think that's part of this, because that is part of the professional learning that we're doing.
And then from that learning, we'll be building out the afternoon of August 8th, and district-wide, the focus will be on inclusive practices. Thank you. And also remember, these are just like a snapshot. And so the action and service, Mr. Valencia, and the plan will list some of those, some of the main ones that we'll be having.
Thank you.
Any other questions on goal 3? So we're going to go to goal 4. I think I lost control. There we go. Thank you. All right, so this is our English language proficiency rates for multilingual learners. This is a focus goal, and that they will improve as demonstrated by 10% increase in the number of English learner students reclassified as fluent English proficient each year. We did talk a little bit, Ms. Dutra did, about the professional learning to support multilingual programs. And I wanted to highlight that workshops specific to newcomer pathways and services in support of pilot newcomer programs will be offered, and ELD workshops to encourage increased proficiency in teaching English learner students. So for 4.2, we have our bilingual instructional assistants. For full day, our TK or kindergarten. So TK and kindergarten classes that will be going full day for the 2022-23 school year will have a full-time bilingual instructional assistant next year, 1 per classroom. For 4.3, we have our bilingual instructional assistants for junior high schools. We will continue to provide 1 per junior high school to support our newcomer students. For primary grades, 4.4, our bilingual instructional assistant for primary grades. We will have, right now we have 1.1 instruction for our, let me start again. For our first grade classrooms, we have 3.5 per classroom. And then for second grade, they split. But next year, when we're looking into hiring full-time aides, hiring full-time bilingual instructional assistants is a priority to support current needs in the primary grades and for the growth of the district. For full-day TK and K classrooms, bilingual instructional assistants that are part-time may remain part-time if they wish to remain in the current positions, and we will continue to use them. 4.5 is our native proficiency assessment, and we do provide assessments to our newcomers to assess their proficiency in their native language, and this helps with our newcomers placement. We have teachers on special assignment for our multilingual learners. We have 2 program specialists, and then for our dual immersion program, at a minimum, we will support building teacher and administrator capacity through our CABE, supported professional learning, site goal setting, instructional practice walks to identify learning and supports needed for teachers in order to provide instruction that supports all students as they learn in English and Spanish, and also Spanish literacy materials. We also have our ELD coaches, and again, one per site, elementary through junior high school. And then 4.10 is one that we're working on still. It's a newcomer class. The instructional division is working with the school site to design a model class to support newcomers. This would be a pilot, and if successful, this can possibly move to full scale. Okay. So any questions in Goal 4?
I have a question. I went to the Lcap meeting this past Wednesday, I believe, last week, and one of the concerns that teachers raised was having like 3.5 BIA positions and the need, right, for full-time folks. So it sounds like that's going to be increased moving forward, full-time, because what I would hate to see happen is we lose BIAs because they're looking for full-time work. But I want to honor the fact that if someone want to stay at 3.5, that they can do so as well. Has that been an issue that's been raised by BIAs, or have we looked into that, of why some stay and some don't?
We know, I'll let I'll try and answer that.
So currently we are working with our present bilingual instructional assistants to see which ones are not able to work full-time or do not wish to work full-time. They will continue to have positions in the district, and then we will recruit for additional full-time bilingual instructional assistants. So that recruitment process has been going on right now with Personnel Clerk 2s, working with CSEA and those affected employees. And I believe right now, if I'm not mistaken, I think there was one that wasn't able to go full-time. And so we'll be reaching out and recruiting additional individuals. We are finding that we are getting a strong response to the full-time position. And we are scheduling another job seeker expo, especially for our classified positions, early summer, probably early July. So thank you for asking that.
Additionally, with that, I know Ms. Herrick and I have been talking a lot about is that with our expansion of UTK and kindergarten and our commitment to having a aide in those classrooms and our preference of that being a full-time bilingual aide, that we're going to hire as many as we can, because as we grow, having those folks already in positions ready to go is really important for us, because in the meantime, we also know we've got so many teachers out there that could really benefit from a full-time bilingual aide, especially after the last couple of years, right? We're trying to make up some ground. And so we can't lose by hiring up full-time bilingual aides. And it's something that we're really.
Thank you, Ms. Dutra, for bringing that up. And even if they're not necessarily covering one class for the full day, we'll be utilizing the cover of the classes. But our commitment is to full-time for TK, kinder, and then moving up. So thanks for bringing that up.
Are we getting a good pool of people to pull from?
Right now, we've worked with our current employees, and we are now going to the outside.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we anticipate having a good pool.
Good. Thank you.
Any other questions for Goal 4? So Goal 5 has a lot in it, and this is to increase student engagement, social and emotional learning, and academics, maintaining a safe, secure, healthy, and positive learning environment, and providing a supportive environment with strong adult relationships. 5.1 is our campus safety assistance. This has been done through Quest National Security and providing 2 campus safety assistants per junior high school. And so right now we're currently working with CSEA to create security guard positions at each junior high school, which would be district employees. If an agreement cannot be met, then we will continue with Quest National Security to provide 2 per campus, along with additional security supervisors, 1 per each junior high school.
Those will be called safety assistants. Just
I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, campus safety assistant.
Or in draft form.
Okay. Okay. So it's right up there, correct? I see it in the draft. Thank you. 5.2 are outreach mentors. So we have one per site. We're really working collaboratively with, they work with our student study teams, our cost teams and parents to ensure students receive all the necessary supports. And this is one of the services that school sites, most of them hire an additional one with their school site funding. So we're really looking at that. There's a huge need for that. Our junior high counselors are 5.3. For the 2020-22-23 school year, there will be a focus on continuing the momentum towards implementing of the national school counseling model at each junior high school. We have our district one full-time program specialist of health. As student supervision and safety, we continue to increase the number of safety aides in order to support school safety and to increase student sense of connectiveness to the school sites. 5.6 is our community partnership for foster students, and we will continue to participate with our community partners to provide resources and support to help our foster students. The partnership will include one full-time staff member, a case manager for our foster youth students. 5.7 is our truancy mentors. We have 4 currently, full-time program specialists that work with truant students. We contract with an outside agency for our truancy mentors, and this increases in students' engagement and academic achievement. For 5.8, we have a community partnership to support students who are experiencing homelessness. We will continue to partner with this community agency to provide 2 full-time homeless liaisons that are dedicated to our students to assist with unhoused students and families with their basic needs. This is an increase in the partnership with the 2 liaisons being funded 2 more being funded out of title funds, 2 out of title funds and 1 out of Lcff concentration grant funds. All right, 5.9, we're getting there. We have our full-time health aides at each school site. 5.10, we have 1 certificate teacher for each junior high opportunity class. 5.11 is for teen court. We provide full tuition for our students that have to enroll in teen court or that are able to enroll in teen court. 5.12 is our marriage family therapist and school-based therapist, and we'll continue to provide 1 per site. Again, this is another one that sites often increase if they have the need and they use their school site supplemental funds to increase and add a marriage and family, our school-based therapist. We have had a lot of problems filling all those positions this year. We did have, I think we almost filled all of them, and then they would, we had some issues. Some were doing their service via Zoom. And so we always fill 1 per site, and then we fill additional so that it's equitable across the district. 5.13 is our Fitzgerald Community School, and we'll continue to provide 1 junior high classroom, up to 20 students for students that promise promised behaviors in grades 7th and 8th. 5.14 is our assistant principals, and that's 1 per school site. And then 5.15 is our district program specialists. These specialists, there's 4 full-time program specialists. They're in special education, 25% funding, and high needs students for 75% funding. Okay, and we brought them in last year. Any questions on goal 5? Okay, so for goal 6. So for goal 6, this is all schools will create a culture of respect and caring that supports positive relationships among educational partners and implement a parent engagement pathway district-wide. Parent, family, and community educational partners will become more fully engaged as partners in the education of students in our district. So we do have our community liaisons. We have 1 full-time community liaison at each site. And then we have our 5 district full-time community liaisons. This is one of the additions that almost all of our schools hire an additional community liaison. We're really watching that closely because it's something that they all do, and we have to think about, is that something more we will do to add to per site, or if we'll just keep having them do that individually. So we're looking at that closely. 6.2 is our family outreach advocates. We keep increasing these. We'll have 8 next year, and you could see 1 trilingual, 4 bilingual, 1 trilingual with Mixteco, Spanish, and English, and it looks like there's an error in there too. 1 trilingual, I'll look that over, but there's 8 total, and the last 2 were specifically for our Mixteco families, and then families of homelessness is one of the advocates, really provides that support. 6.3, we have several actions and services for trilingual and bilingual translators and interpreters. So we have 2 trilingual and 3 bilingual. In addition, the district will increase the service by hiring more if we are able to maintain the positions that already exist. So that's one thing that the county has really made clear, that you can't keep putting more positions in your plan that you can't fill. So if year after year you can't fill them, you increase them if you need to and try to fill them, but you can't start out with more than you could fill. So we'll increase them as needed. We also dedicate resources to translation and interpretation services. We have some outside contracts that provide support. 6.5 is our family engagement programs, parent community involvement. We're really increasing this all the time. And we're putting a lot more funding towards this. And so you will probably hear more about that at our next Lcap meeting and at the public hearing. 6.6 is parent education services. Again, we are increasing our allocation towards both of those. And in addition, school sites continue to increase their services as well. We increase parent communication services all the time. We do pay for Parent Square out of this, but there's web postings, in-person and virtual informational meetings. All of that parent communication additional comes out of our 6.7 action service, and then our coordinator of family and community engagement. So any questions on goal 6?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm glad to hear that we're increasing the number of outreach advocates and the number of trilingual, bilingual translators, interpreters, because that is something that I hear at every single Lcap meeting that I go to. Every single interaction with parents involves that. And I've heard that sometimes part of the challenge is tests that are involved in order to be eligible. And so I'm just wondering what supports we're offering those folks if they need it to pass those tests, or to eliminate any types of barriers that need to be eliminated to allow for there to be more bilingual and trilingual folks.
I think Dr. Zimmerman's coming up.
On his way up, we do have a partnership with Hancock that is supporting us with helping folks to pass those tests that they need to pass. We will continue to work in partnership with them to increase those services so that we can get as many folks passing those tests, because we just whispered they're unicorns, right? Trilingual, they're unicorns because everyone wants them. And so we're going to do everything we can to continue building that in our community, through that building, working with Hancock, get folks into those positions. So we'll continue that work.
Any other questions for goal 6? So for goal 7, this is in order to provide equity and access through all grade level instruction. All schools will increase diversity, equity, and inclusion by providing culturally competent environment, a sense of belonging for all students and staff, and a supportive classroom culture. 7.1 is multilingual, cultural relevant professional learning. For 2022-23 school year, the district will provide targeted training to all culture climate team members, specific to supporting all students in equitable access to high-quality learning environments. Teachers will also continue to be supported in building their understanding of how to develop student social emotional development competencies for the delivery of grade level instruction. In addition, we will continue to support the district diversity, equity, and inclusion team. 7.2 is our teacher on special assignment for culture climate. 7.3 is our state seal biliteracy program, and this will begin in pre-kindergarten with 4 additional opportunities throughout elementary and junior high school. 7.4 is our junior high department chairs. The district will increase the service by providing 4 junior high schools with department chairs for each of the core areas. In addition, junior high chairs support the implementation of high quality grade level instruction for all students. I missed something there. I'm sorry.
Areas.
Yes. We are working with junior high teams to create a design that can be inclusive of PE and electives. Okay. Get that? Thank you. 7.5 is our junior high deans. We continue to have 1 full-time certificated junior high dean per junior high school. 7.6 is our interpretation training to improve language access. And this will continue. And we will provide further training. And I know we've provided the training even to our bilingual instructional assistants. We provide it to community liaisons, our district community liaisons. And then 7.7 is our social emotional data instruments that we use. 7.8 is our preschool program. So we're going to be maintaining the support that we provide. It includes our 1 preschool midday assistant per classroom, supplemental supplies, materials, professional learning, field trips, 7 bilingual instructional assistants, 7 teachers, and the operational costs to support quality as well as compliance. But as the district moves towards transitional kindergarten for all 4-year-olds, our preschool program will be absorbed into transitional kindergarten. All right, 7.9. Supplemental supplies and programs to increase access to elective courses for our junior high students. For 2022-23, we will require a substantial investment to support the newly selected CTE coursework, along with the purchase of textbooks to support A through G Spanish courses for 8th graders. 7.10 is social emotional support. So we do purchase supplemental materials that will be used to support teachers in providing instruction and expanded learning opportunities. 7.11 is college and career readiness experiences. So resources will be allocated to each school site to support college and career ready, grade level, standard aligned opportunities and field trips to close the achievement gaps. Funds will be increased to cover transportation cost. And this is another school site, one of the actions and services that they also use. Wanted to make sure to point that out. And then 7.12 is new to us. That's our district support specialists. So under the guidance of the Special Education Office Administrator Team, District Support Specialists will provide professional learning on evidence-based practices in the area of specifically designed instruction, behavior, interventions, data collection, progress monitoring, and inclusive practices in order to build the capacity of staff to support students in the least restrictive environment. Any questions on Goal 7?
7.1 deals with multilingual, culturally relevant professional learning. Today in our comments, I heard from a student, I believe, that talked about ethnic studies and the desire to bring that to the elementary, middle school level. I'm wondering, given that the research shows that ethnic studies courses help to improve academic outcomes for our students, what, if any, training have our staff received in ethnic studies?
I'm going to have Ms. Dutra or Ms. Lofton address that.
We can definitely tag team this, Ms. Dutra. Mr. Valencia, I'm really excited that we have a course being developed at one of our junior highs right now that we'll pilot during the next school year. It's titled Civic Engagement, but a huge component woven throughout is that piece that you're looking for with the ethnic studies. And as we work through this next year, we look to take it to scale to all of our junior highs. be happy to come back and walk the board through the class and the different facets of it if you have an interest in that.
We also included all the details of that in a board memo. I don't remember the date offhand, but it was over a month ago. I know that. But we can re-put it in if you'd like, floating it to the top. We can re-put that in. It gives quite a few details on that work and on other work that again is under the same vein.
That sounds really exciting because I know at the high school level, particularly with ethnic and gender studies courses, they're looking to incorporate the seal of civic engagement to go along with those classes. And so that sounds like they complement, this work is complementing what they're going to experience at the high school level.
Absolutely. And we are incorporating that seal within this course as well, a pathway, if you will, much like we have with the seal of biliteracy pathway. And our hope is to partner with the high school district in some manner so that our students can also graduate with that seal on their diploma as well. And I know we're the only elementary site in the county, the only elementary district in the county looking at anything like this. So we're a little bit ahead of the game, but we're very excited. So we look forward to partnering with the high school in that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rebecca, the only really anything I was going to ask is on the junior high deans, is that inclusive of Jimenez? 7.5?
It is not.
Okay. Is there a rationale why that is?
Go ahead, Melissa.
Oh, go ahead, Matt.
I'll start for Melissa and just say that Jimenez is a K-8 campus. It's not specifically a junior high. While it contains a lot of the same needs that might exist on a 7-8 campus, it has that K-8 framework to it. And so, Melissa, I'm not sure what you want to add to that.
What I was going to add is that absolutely being true. What we have said is if teachers at Jimenez want to be in that department chair role because they want to go to the meetings and they want to be a part of that collaboration, we'll pay for it. So if it's not part of their design because they're K-8, they're not a junior high. But if a teacher wants to join those and wants to be a part of those, then they can. I know we were working with Mr. Segura on that, on what that could look like, but it's completely optional. But we're absolutely willing to pay for it. If a teacher needs it at Jimenez, they can absolutely do it, and we'll support them in that.
I'm not sure what that means. How is a teacher getting instruction affect there being a dean on the site? That was my question, is if we're talking about each junior high is having a dean in 7.5?
We all heard department chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, junior high dean 7.5. Why is Jimenez not included in the deans on the junior highs?
That's the question I heard, and that's why my response was about
short-sighted to categorize that and say it's K-8. Let's leave that out. From what I'm getting from teachers on that site is that's something that is something they'd like to see, and I'm not understanding why if there's 7th and 8th graders there, why there's not a dean on that site when there are on the others. I was just curious if there was a rationale for not having that position.
I do think the rationale is what Matt just said, is that it's not considered to be a junior high model. And so it doesn't have that, but it doesn't preclude us from looking at what additional support does Jimenez need to run a proper K-8 school. So I definitely think we can look into that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would. I would ask that we do that because I feel like it's also a unique situation where you've got 7th and 8th graders on a campus with the kids. And the population is certainly large enough to warrant that because there's those interactions and the feedback I've gotten from teachers on that site is that would be a welcome addition.
Thank you for that.
A follow-up question that I have is for action 7.11, college and career readiness experiences. Were we able to take students on any college field trips this year?
I don't believe we were this year. No.
This year, there's just a few, there's just really a few weeks left. And there's still some residual, numbers are up. COVID numbers are up, and we want to be really careful with that. And we're looking at next year, what that can look like, because it's really important and it's a really big part of our CCR plan that kids have college experiences, but we don't want it to be haphazard. We want all kids to have access to that, which is different than what we've done here in the past. In the past, it's been, if that was really a desire of the school, then they would do that, but not all schools did it. And so that's really part of the work of Sarah Cameron and Jennifer and I, and really looking at how can we ensure that all kids are getting those experiences. So we absolutely are looking forward to that next year and being able to do that. We'll figure out busing. Busing, of course, this year, it's really hard to even get a charter bus because of the way things are right now. But we will absolutely be trying to move forward on that next year, along with all the other college and career readiness experiences, which might mean things coming to school, right? Like all grades having cold rushes happening at their site. So absolutely, yes. And then some. We really want to be able to continue building on that plan that's just been sitting there waiting for kids to be able to have those experiences in a non-COVID world. Thank you for bringing that up.
In addition to the COVID constraints, I think we have also experienced a huge issue with busing availability.
Big issue. Not just us.
Yeah.
All districts.
So even had we felt that it was safe to do that, I'm not sure that we would have had the transportation. So I know for a fact, as you said, it's not every single school had supported that, but I know our junior highs pretty much all did some kind of a college trip with students. So that can be something we look to when it's normal again.
And I like bringing the idea of bringing colleges to our campuses, so that if we can't bring our kids to the campuses, one or two representatives can come, right, from Fresno, from Cal Poly, from other schools, right, to bring that knowledge to our students to get them excited about, their future prospects. So I would encourage that, even if things are mellow academically in the year, if there's, a day or two where that's possible, before the school year ends, at least it's something, right, to kind of keep their minds thinking about, what comes next. And then I'm excited about, where we could take our students. Typically, where do we take our students when we do, which college campuses do we take them to?
Someone might be better than me. I was not here pre-COVID for those trips. Jennifer, do you know?
What I wanted to add was we were really excited to host the career carnivals out at each of our junior highs this year, and Alan Hancock joined with quite a large team, and also several of the high school counselors came over as well, and our students had a really phenomenal experience getting to think about themselves as learners, think about themselves as future doctors, chefs, lawyers, all of the different things, fill out an interest survey, and then go through multiple opportunities to help them pick the right classes when they go into the high school. So that if there's a particular pathway that they want to be on, that they're aware that that's available to them, and how do they sign up for those classes, and then to just start to build that awareness with Alan Hancock. So that is something that was very successful that we were able to pull to our sites this year, and that's new to our system.
The high school was also there. We did have folks there to talk to.
I think that's a really, and I think part of what you're saying, this speaks to that, Melissa, as far as pre-COVID, post-COVID, right? Is that I think there was talk of greater articulation between counseling on counseling staffs at both the high school and the junior high. So some of the pathways we've talked about tonight could be better established, but also so that the counseling coordination was better from transitioning from junior highs to the high schools and stuff. So I think that's something that I think our counselors could get probably more and more training and things where it's really more seamless for them to be talking about addressing those things to our junior high kids.
And we never
maybe even
stop
sixth grade kids too.
We never stop the support we've been doing with matching results that Sarah's been leading with all of the counselors.
Yeah.
I also, I knew you had, I think, Matt shared that you'd had some questions about like, what are all the articulations we're doing with high school? We did write up a one pager so that you could see, so that all of you could see kind of like, where are all the tentacles, where are all the connections? I'm happy to provide that this Friday. If you'd like to kind of read more about where we're connected, it absolutely becomes easier now in a little bit of a different world.
Well, the other way it's becoming easier is the high school district is being more proactive in looking towards articulating with us. It's not a one-way street. I think, that at least from what I hear from my wife and from talking to John Davis, it sounds like there's a more cohesive effort to build an articulation team that's going to work with us. So I think has to go both ways, right? So
I'm really excited about our 4-way data MOU. That's a game changer, especially for us, but that we can now share data between those 4 districts so we can really see the trajectory of our kids. And we can also start to, and this really goes to what you were talking about, Mr. of ensuring that all of our kids are getting equity as they move through, that we can actually look at profiles of kids, like who are the kids that are making it to AP courses? How'd they get there? What was we call it an early warning system. Brian loves when I say it, 'cause I'm so excited about it. But we can actually, in a very proactive way, by having that data, we can really see what's working. Like what's the pathways that got kids here? Or what's the pathways in which kids got off track, so that then we know exactly the point of intervention that we need to make. We can't do that until we start sharing data in a more sensible way. And I appreciate you saying that, John, a lot. They now can look at our data to see what's coming and then better prepare. And then that really helps us with articulations that are grounded in data and in common data and in looking at data in the same ways. And then the 3 feeder districts, we've all really, monthly and lots of other things, but we've all started using many of similar programs so that the high school district isn't trying to interpret a lot of different things, right? NWA, Panorama, some of those big basics, some of the same curriculums, so that, again, we're all speaking more of the same language. We always say it's not a parent's fault. We're not K-12. Like, we need to make it seamless for our parents and for our kids. And so there's really exciting things, but just it's a huge win getting that 4-way data. So we're excited to bring more stuff forward around the work we're doing collectively.
And just really quickly, when we do take students to college trips, what colleges do they go to?
It is a site-based decision, but generally speaking, Cal Poly, they will also go down to Santa Barbara.
UCSB, USC.
Mm-hmm.
That's where my grandkids have gone. And
So they've had a chance to go as far as to Los Angeles?
oh yeah,
Excellent. That's really exciting.
yeah.
And I think it varies by administrator. I know there was one that used to take her kids to USC because she was a huge USC fan. I took mine to CSU Bakersfield because it's very accessible, very small, and it feels kind of like the Pioneer Valley campus. CSU Monterey Bay, also a small one, and I took my kids to as well. So just depends on the administrator.
Also, I think someone said Cal Poly and then UCSB. We've taken kids there. I think UCLA. Quite a few. Any other questions? I have one more slide and then we'll have covered it for now. I'll be back. Sorry. All right, next steps. We have May 18th and June 1st, we have our DLAC meetings. May 23rd, the governor's May revision, so we'll be able to make final adjustments and work on that parent budget overview. May 25th, we have our last Lcap team meeting. And then the draft will be reviewed by the county following the public hearing on May 8th. I'm sorry, June 8th. I know, I'm getting carried away. I don't want to go back in time.
No, there don't.
And then June 22nd is our special board meeting. So that covers. If you have any other questions.
Questions?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll acknowledge the receipt of the local control and accountability plan update as presented. Item E, budget study session. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lara. We have for you tonight the first of three conversations about the district's budget. Right now, the best information we have is based on the January governor's budget proposal. We've received information about what the Senate and Assembly are contemplating for their proposals as the negotiations process continues. And Mr. King is here tonight to kind of walk you through some of the early foundational pieces of our budget as we start to bring things together.
Thank you, Mr. Beecher. So I have a brief presentation here for our study session for our adoption budget. These are things that we think about, look at as we're developing our budget. Thanks. So local control funding formula, LCFF, consists of a base grant, grade span adjustment, supplemental and concentration grant, a transportation add-on, and the new transitional kindergarten add-on. So those are all the funding pieces of the LCFF. This year, we're printing the budget in the same manner and process as in previous years. And the governor's 22-23 budget continues to address the effects that COVID has had on the economy and student learning. And the May revision will be released soon. We'll find out more on May 20th. And the district is required to create their adoption budget using the May revision information. I want to look at our COLA and talk about declining enrollment. So our COLA for 22-23 is 6.56%. And the 2 out years, it's basically, that's about cut in half. And now most school districts in California are experiencing declining enrollment. And I wanted to talk about the current law for school districts versus the governor's proposal of how we calculate the funding based off of ADA. So the current law states that provides funding through the LCFF on the grader of the current year ADA or prior year ADA. And the governor's proposal is to base the funding on the grader of the current year ADA, prior year ADA, or using a 3-year rolling average of ADA. Moving on, some of the assumptions we're using for the budget. For our multi-year revenue, we use flat enrollment and flat ADA. For 22-23, it does have the 1.5% salary schedule increase that was negotiated. For the federal programs, we don't know the COLA as of yet, so we use flat funding. And we do have our PERS rate increases. They've been increasing now for years. So the change from 21-22 to 22-23 for the STRS, it's another 2.18% increase. For PERS, it's 2.4% increase. That's basically a combination, that's $3 million increase. So what that is this is a $3 million cost increase for the district to continue to employ our current employees. Moving on, looking at enrollment and ADA assumptions that we're going to use for the budget. This part of the slide here, I want to look at enrollment in ADA going back 3 years from 22-23. We look at 19-20, enrollment of 16,959, ADA of 16,335. That's very close to our historical average. Dr. Zimmerman did mention 96.7. We do hover around the 96% mark. Moving on to, and when COVID hit in March of 2020, our funding was already in place for the year. Now 21-22, that was a hold harmless year. The enrollment ADA and ADA enrollment percentage, it's not quite the true number. It's just a hold harmless year that we really didn't calculate enrollment in ADA. Now this year, 21-22, enrollment at 16,569. Our ADA is lower, 14,880. So that's a percentage of 89.81%. And we are using that to calculate our revenue for 22-23. So the governor's proposal again, we want to look at funding based on the greater of the current year, prior year, or a rolling 3-year average. So what does that look like for 22-23? Current year ADA, 14.8, prior year ADA, 14.8, or we have the prior year average by grade span, which is 15,859. So come May revise, if we find out that this is in the budget, then we get to keep $12.7 million. That's the difference between the two funding models with ADA. Moving on, looking at planning for staffing. Our general education staffing outside of the Lcap, elementaries, we need additional 8, junior high is 9. I do get this information directly from HR, Human Resources, and put this into my budget, additional 2 TOSAs. Looking at the special education staffing, similar to last year regarding speech, we have 23.5 FTE. So that's going to be covered by HR recruitment and a combination of our outside contracted placements. Also, an additional BCBA teacher, 3 additional resource teachers, 3 psychologists, and the 6 of the district support specialists. And then for management, we do have that credential analyst and budget manager for teacher development. So salary and benefits, when we create the budget, we do use step and column movements for as we move between the years. We use 2.66% for certificated, 1% for classified. Our benefits cap is $13,700. And we do get our statutory rates from the county office. For example, our workers' comp rate slightly went up. And then our total statutory rate increase for certificated from 19.7 to 29.98 or 21.98. The classified also did go up by 2.554%. What these statutory rates are is basically you have your salary, and then this is workers' comp, it's Social Security, CalPERS, CalSTRS. Those are the statutory rates. So those are tacked on as a percentage to everybody's salary. So cost to employ someone is not just their salary; it's their salary plus the statutory percentages and also the health and welfare benefits cap. So what's next? May revision workshop May 20th, and we'll have the information calculated out for May 23rd. Public hearing for the budget June 8th, and then back on June 25th to adopt the budget. So with that, I can answer any questions.
Do you have any information in terms of other districts? Have they experienced that same drop in ADA as compared to enrollment because of attendance?
I haven't looked around locally at all. I've just kind of been concentrating on our district. So unfortunately, I can't answer that.
That very dramatic. Very.
Or Ms. Cordero, I think that's pretty typical of this year. We heard a little bit about it from Mr. Hollinshead and some of the things that the teachers were experiencing, but I think also the practices around excluding students for either being an identified case of COVID-19 or a close close contact, especially at the beginning of the year, really had significant impacts on attendance. As time passed, those choices got made more conservative, if you will, allowing students to maximize the amount of time they spend in school, but still had an impact on attendance percentages. So a lot of what we see in our numbers right now are a direct effect of those protocols that required students to stay home if they were feeling ill or if they were exposed to someone who was an identified case.
Huge drop.
Where do you think the conversation will go around funding just based on enrollment and not doing the ADA?
You know, I don't want to speculate on what the ultimate answer is, but I can tell you I'm really grateful that people are asking that question. You know, the reform of ADA has been talked about quite a bit. This first hold harmless that came out was a big part of ADA reform. I don't know that they go back to straight funding for enrollment, but somewhere in between where we are now and a more protective safe harbor, I think, is more likely. But again, I'm just grateful that that conversation is being had at this time, right? To give a buffer to schools to really adjust to what their funding is going to look like.
That three-year averaging would save our bacon. Yep.
Not just us, right? We have the ADA impact and some declining enrollment. Some districts have prolonged and significant declining enrollment compared to ours, that really are reaching out for this kind of relief as well.
Wow.
Yep.
When you look at it in black and white, it kind of smacks you right in the face. Yikes.
Other questions?
Grow more children.
Got two coming pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, if you listen to my wife and all the busyness that's going on at the hospital, it sounds, I was telling Matt, I think that, remember that spike we had a couple of years ago?
Coming back.
Maybe a COVID spike.
Yep.
Growing some kids. Yeah.
Coming in a few years, but yeah, I mean, it's.
And we won't have any room for them. It's like the catch-22 of this business. Oh.
Well, I'll acknowledge receipt of the 2022-23 budget study session and direct administration to bring back the item back to the next regular board meeting as presented. Board superintendent reports. Cordero?
I was at that Lcap meeting last week, and after all the information that was shared tonight, I don't think I have anything else to add.
Mr. Hollingshead?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. I did go to see Greece the other night, which was, I'm sure, about a bazillion of our very, very talented former students. I saw one particularly talented student named Odessa Laurie. I'm just giving a shout out to Luke and Yvonne, and their daughter was wonderful. They were there watching her, and it was really, you know, just seeing the performing arts and our kids back, but also similar to PCPA, involved in the whole deal, right? Yeah. So it wasn't just the kids that we were seeing up on stage. My wife and I were talking to one of the young ladies that was operating the lighting. Doug Damuka was working with a bunch of the kids on the sound. And so it was just a really cool thing to see, and a very enjoyable evening. The only thing I was going to add, besides Mr. Thieker's name, was that, you know, in all the seriousness, I tried to list all of these teachers, and to those that I did leave out, I apologize. It wasn't just Mr. Prober that I left out. Really, if Carol was here, we could probably go through each and every one of these teachers and tell you a personal story that they had about their interaction with one of our 3 children that was, that had an effect on them or an effect on us, or that we recall fondly. And so, that's really, I won't go into all those stories. But only to say that it wasn't just that they were in their classroom, it was the personal interactions that they had with them on a number of levels. And Eric was one of them. He was Karen's 2nd grade teacher. So it's a lot of those people. And I jokingly mentioned her by her maiden name earlier. So I wanted to recognize her now, because just so people know that's who that was.
They become part of your family.
True. The Kringles live right around the corner.
Yeah.
Don't know what I'd do without my buddies, the Kringles. But yeah, no, you're right. It's for sure. But anyways, I just wanted to give another shout out to all those teachers that impact in our kids' lives.
And then I heard they had a good turnout of cars and stuff for that grease. As far as props out there before the program.
Yeah, the cars.
Yeah, they had car show beforehand. Yeah. It was pretty awesome.
Valencia?
Yeah, like Ms. Cordero was mentioned, I also attended the Lcap meeting last week on Wednesday, and I appreciate all the efforts of our staff to organize those to provide opportunities for feedback for our families. And one of the things that some parents brought to my attention that they were concerned about was the fact that drive-through celebrations are going to be taking place for 8th grade graduation or promotion. And they felt disappointed, because I think that they were in the impression that since celebrations could be held outdoors, that we'd go back to the traditional graduation celebrations. I think Ms. Cordero caught a part of the conversation at the end of, in the parking lot, those parking lot conversations that happened at the end of some of these meetings sometimes. And, their concerns that they shared with me was that these promotion ceremonies in 8th grade are very significant events, right? For our students, for our families, for our staff that work with our youth. And so they viewed them as motivators for our young people, right? To kind of get a little taste of a graduation ceremony before they move on to high school and college. And so I asked Mr. Beecher if any parents or students were consulted in making this major decision regarding the most important celebration of the year. And he said that they weren't, that students and parents weren't consulted. I then surveyed the students that I work with at Santa Maria High School, since, most of them are graduates, right, or promoters from our district. And they didn't like the idea of having a drive-through graduation, that they felt very empowered when they walked on stage with their gowns. And they shared the story with me that they were told that when they asked why they didn't get a cap when they graduated, they were told, well, you get that when you graduate from high school. So they shared that was like motivation, right, for them to walk on stage for high school, which I remind them is called commencement for a reason, right? That's just the beginning of their high school trajectory, not the end. And they know that. And so in the future, I think that the people that are most impacted by the decisions we make, right, as a school board and as a district, the people that are most impacted by these decisions should be included, right, in the decision-making process. And it sounds like our students and our parents were not. And so parents, were very frustrated. They sounded very frustrated by that. And I could appreciate that, because even as a board member, I did not realize that we wouldn't have, outdoor celebrations the way we've had in the past. And so it's my understanding that next week we might have a special board meeting for something that came up for us. And so what I would request that the board consider is adding the 8th grade promotion to our agenda, so that our families and our students and then our district staff, right, can explain, well, why is it that we're doing it differently this way? I think that would be a good opportunity for us to know kind of what's going on, but then also to inform our families for how that decision was made and why it was made that way. And so I'm wondering if the board is open to that idea of adding 8th grade promotion to our special board meeting scheduled for, I believe, next week.
Would that conversation be for this year?
I think it was for May 25th.
So the May 25th is when we're expected to possibly have it? Yeah, the possible.
Yeah, we haven't set a concrete date.
Yeah, so
we're waiting for information to.
And I see it, Ms. Cordero, as an opportunity, right, for, the parents and the students to say, hey, what happened this year? I have heard that there's some concerns around like transportation issues, right? I heard the concern about COVID cases going up. And so I want to allow our district staff, right, to be able to explain to the community, well, here's the circumstances, right? And if they're legitimate, then great. I don't want to put any of our students in any danger. But if we overlook the wishes of our students and the parents, then, that would be a concern, right? To make sure that we are keeping their wishes front and center. We talk a lot about in education about being student-centered. And it sounded like a lot of my students, were disappointed that some of their siblings who are graduating this year from 8th grade or promoting are not getting that same opportunity. And so what are your thoughts on that on the board of adding that to our special board meeting if it takes place on May the 25th?
Well, the commencements are already set in stone for this year. What's going on? I mean, the teacher put it in last Friday's memo. Did you see it?
Yes.
So that's set for this year. I mean, I don't know what would come out of it from the parents to hear something when it's already set for, the school year is going to be over here, what, weeks?
I think maybe that might be a conversation to have with Dr. McDuffie when we're looking at what we envision things being like in the years to come. If that's not to happen this year, I think that's certainly something that would be inclusive of probably us having some kind of a board retreat with him. That being part of the strategic plan, where do we see promotion ceremonies,
22, 23
junior highs, right? And then I think that gives us a chance to really more formally, survey, find out what, because I think, I'm just as prone to do it maybe as anybody is to kind of go with anecdotal experiences I've had on the campuses and what I hear from a sampling of teachers or a sampling of students. So it might be a good way to formalize that so that we can then enter into the discussion with information and demonstrate to families that we're reaching out to them and asking them what their ideas are. And I think it might be a little premature, maybe not premature, but I think it might be better served if we and then try to create a vision around it and formalize it. My opinion.
The process of how that decision is made is not one that is made by the board. We determine policy. And there's nothing in board policy that defines what graduation will look like, merely what the requirements for it are. The discussion needs to really be held, with each school site or with those administrators and parents that are concerned at that level. It's really not, in my opinion, something that we as a board have control over.
And that's something that I was looking for some clarity on as well, right? Is if let's just say parents don't want the drive-through ceremony, right? Let's say we want the traditional, which is the sense that I got, right, from the parents and the students. And so ultimately, who decides that? Is that for the board to make, or is that for somebody else?
No, it's not a board decision. It's something that is made at the district level, usually with the superintendent and the site administrators. We've never been involved in that discussion. And it's not really within our purview.
I would add to that is level dependent thing. If it's the junior highs, then it would be a collective junior high thing so that there would be
right
equity amongst the campus.
You know, I think the only reason this year it has become a topic of conversation is because of the past couple of years of COVID. And while we are feeling more comfortable, you know, with people being in groups and whatnot, that has not been the case over the course of the entire school year. So my personal opinion is that decisions were made at school sites based on what would really be best in order to go through with without having to make last minute adjustments, as we're seeing now. There's a rise in COVID rates. All of the uncertainty, when you plan a big event and are looking at uncertainty, it just raises the intensity of the stress that goes with it. And I think our teachers and administrators have certainly endured a significant amount of stress over the past several years. To add to that, an after the fact conversation about, well, you should have had a big graduation. It's planned, move forward. If it needs to have more conversation in the future, then so be it. But it's not a policy, and it's not that I know of in any board policies that exist anywhere. So that's my opinion.
I appreciated the list that Matt gave us of what was going on at each site. That really told me that they did have conversations about this at the school sites in terms of actually figuring out what they could do at this point in time with the population, the COVID issues, the actual dynamics of recognition at the level that each site could possibly embrace that opportunity. And so having that list that Matt sent us for each school site gave clarity to me that, the discussion happened and that this is the best that they can do at the sites at this point in time. So I appreciate that, Matt, because it gave me a chance to fill out my calendar and kind of make myself available to some of those options that were given to us. And there's all sorts of timeframes there that we as a board can choose to participate in, because there's so many things going on. We won't be able to get to everything. We'll try, but I know we won't be able to get to everything.
The other thing that I wanted to follow up with is just, I believe this month there's multiple commemorations of different things. I think mental health awareness, this is mental health awareness month. And so I'm hoping that our staff and our students and our families are cognizant of that and are getting any supports that they might need to get through, right, the remainder of the school year, which we know this is a really tough month as the school year wraps up. A lot of folks are getting sick, right, or a lot of folks are exhausted, understandably. And so I'm hoping that our school sites are providing our students and our families with the resources that they need to be able to thrive in these difficult circumstances. And then lastly, or in wrapping up, this month is Asian American History Month, which I think is really important to commemorate. And I was talking to Mr. Beecher and asked him, hey, why haven't I seen any recognitions of that, right, of Asian American History Month in our board packet? We did a great job of honoring, nurses and teachers and many of our other classified staff. But it would be nice to, I think, honor those as well. We know that in March, it's Women's History Month, for example. And I think that would show our dedication, right, to having inclusive and diverse curriculum and also honoring our staff and students. And then lastly, just once again, want to say thank you to our teachers and our classified staff for all your hard work this year. You are appreciated, and please enjoy your well-deserved summer break. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Beecher?
Please let me add something just really quickly. And again, I appreciate the board's conversation on the year-end promotion, and Mr. Valencia, for you bringing the feedback that you received at the Lcap meeting. I know Mr. Ontiveros often said it's those parking lot conversations that can be so valuable, and finding ways to get those parking lot conversations back into the meeting room so that everybody can benefit from them. That is when you're really getting that feedback. So I appreciate you sharing that with us tonight. What I really need to bring out tonight for the school board and for any of the community members who are watching this is to just comment on the significant effort it's taking for us to provide transportation for our students right now. We are doing more than everything we can. And we understand that our parents are feeling frustrated, and our sites are being impacted by multiple phone calls as there are bus delays. And we just need to ask for as much patience as people can muster as we get through these last couple weeks. And so I want to start my message with that, and then follow that with just saying thank you to our school site staff that are impacted by those calls, and then by working with students directly while we wait for rides and coordinate their safety and those logistics, and our principals who are leading that effort to make sure that happens. We continue to work on creative solutions. At this point, our issue isn't necessarily access to buses, it's finding qualified drivers. Anytime we find a qualified driver, we're leasing a bus from our future transportation provider, or we've got school districts that are, in line to potentially lease us their buses that they're not using. We're working very hard to try and get this year to finish strong. If anyone hears this is a certified school bus driver who isn't driving a bus right now but would like to for the next several weeks, please let us know. You can call myself, Javier Cavazos. We'll definitely want to put you in touch with one of our providers to see if we can get you on the road. I want to make sure and say thank you to our drivers at Student Transportation of America, our drivers being provided by Coastal Pacific Transportation. We thank you for continuing to do all you can to bring our students from home to school and then back home again. And to all the teams at STA and Maintenance Operations Transportation and our school site staff, just trying to keep the communication going. We can always do better. Parents, please continue to watch Parent Square wherever you get that information, because the updates come as soon as we can provide them with reliability. And then I just want to make sure and ask our community to be aware that we've got a lot of students walking to school right now because their buses don't have drivers. So please drive slowly, ride slowly, be aware. We absolutely put the safety of our students at the top of our list, safety of our students and the safety of our staff at the top of our agenda. And so I just want to make sure everyone is aware as they're driving the streets that we've got a lot of kids out there coming to school and going home afterwards. I just want to make sure everyone's aware. So, I thank our parents for their understanding. We will continue to do the best we can to deliver your students and work this through to finish as strong as we can for the summer.
Thank you, Mr. Beecher.
Thanks, Matt.
Well, with that, we'll close the meeting.